So welcome all to this year's Impact User Conference. So nice to have this day every year. We really love it. So I'm looking forward to the full day here. My name is Peter Karlsson and I'm the Managing Director for Precast Business Unit. I think I know most of the faces here, but if you don't know, there is my contact numbers and email. We are live broadcasting, and Matthias sitting there, he takes care of that. So we will only film up here, of course, but there can be some photos taken during the day. So if one of you or many of you don't want to be on photo, let Matthias or Oscar is in the back there taking photos. Let them know. So, but otherwise you will not be on if you don't go up here and interrupt me or something. Then of course. So this user conference is the 14th of its kind, years passing by. I think we have 19 precast factories. I'm not 100% sure because there were some guys not coming now in the end, so I have not recounted it, and 11 consultant companies. And we have people coming from 6 countries for this conference, traveling in. And we will start with a little bit information about this place here. So Anna will help me to tell a little bit about security here.
Yes, hello. First word? Yeah. My name is Anna, and you all are warmly welcome here to the Continental View. Maybe some of you welcome back. I'm going to give you some quick safety instructions, so please pay close attention. So you have 3 exits here in the room, and outside the room you have emergency exits both to the left and to the right. We have a spoken fire alarm that will be played in different languages. If the alarm goes off, make sure you find your way to the closest exit. We don't have any fire drill today, so if the alarm goes off, please make your way out. The sampling point is located on the square next to the train station. The staff will be wearing yellow safety vests, so they are easy to spot. We have a defibrillator in the house located next to the hotel reception, and our staff are well trained in CPR and first aid. The toilets are located next to the hotel reception after the entrance of the restaurant. Yeah, that was everything for me. Please let us know if you need anything. We're here for you, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Anna. It's good that I don't need to remember those things. Yeah, you can see we will actually be on this floor all day, except in the evening, or not evening, afternoon, when we take the coffee break. Then we will be upstairs, just one stair up, but it's just to follow the crowd. You can see the Wi-Fi, it's quality guest. There is no password, so it should be easy for you to enter that one, I hope. If you have problems with it, you can just ask the staff here at the hotel, they will help you. But I think it should work for everyone. Agenda for the day, yeah, we are in the welcome speech now. There are some breaks. You can see we have 5 minutes between some presentations and a little bit bigger sometimes. Like between Impact Project and Impact Design for Revit, we have a quarter. So there will be some space where you can talk to people also. Lunch we will have 11:30. We will be eating a lot here today, but that's a conference, of course. So we will eat, and then we will be just next to the reception there where the breakfast is. Afternoon, we have a coffee break, 2 p.m., as you can see. And we are ending here, 4 p.m. We are ending in this place. And then for the guys that are going for the dinner, we will be in Malmö later. But I will come back to that in my ending speech, more details about that. A little bit about our organization. Strusoft is a part of Civenso, and Civenso is a group of engineering and construction software companies. So we are gathered together. We are around 200 people, and you can see our figures here. Our owner, they focus on long-term ownership, so it's not like it's for generation. So it's it's a good owner to have, I think. Here you see some of the logos from the companies. We are organized like this, so we are working in business units, and they are sometimes crossing both border and company. So you can see we have 3 for structural, and we have Buildsoft in Belgium and Space Gas in Australia, and then we have one called structural that is gathered more companies together, and software also, of course. We also have one business unit called energy. We have one steel, windows and doors. All of us are dealing with software, of course, for these different things. And finally, we are here in precast. As you can see, we are have 3 different company brands in the business unit. And from Sivensor here today, we have our CEO, Jesper Andersen. We will have, because Isak is coming with a train from Gothenburg, so he will be coming in just before lunch. He will have a speech in the afternoon, but he's from the structural. And then we have a lot of guys here from the precast business unit. It's Dennis Knudsen, head of our support. It's Desislava Borisova, that is product owner for Revit. And we have Fredrik, that is head of our product owners. We have Linus, working with sales and implementation. We have Matthias Hansen, responsible for marketing and also taking care of this thing here today. Mikael Nilsson, team leader for development design. We have Nikolai Stefansen, that is head of sales. Oskar Christensen, working with support. Teib Savaf, team leader for development production. And Thomas Gitsas, working with sales and implementation. So we are a lot of guys here today, and we all have blue like this. Attack us, please. We want to talk to you. That's why we are here today. So don't hesitate. Maybe you recognize someone you have talked with before and you have some question, or you have a question that you don't know who you should speak to, and just reach out and we will find it. Then we come to the thing that we are working on right now in development. I love to have this session because it's talking about the future. What are we developing? And this part, what we are working in is, of course, also in the theme of the industry. It's a lot of focus on sustainability. And for us, if we have been working with sustainability into the software for quite a long while, but to make it more accurate, we have been doing quite a lot of things already, and we will be doing more. One thing we have been doing in the design is that we are now collecting design values. We are because for you that are into the details, you know that everyone here can set up their own design standard, have their own specifications. But if we should be able to deal in a logical way with that data, we need to pinpoint that is that in design, because you can call it different, but we need to know that is the exposure class, that is the whatever it is. We need to find all those values. So that's what we have been doing with some changes in design during the year. And we will now map that with taking care of the concrete mixes. So we will be able to match them together. So if the design have a certain type of values, then we will be able to match it with a concrete mix. And of course, if we know which concrete mix that is used, we will get better environmental calculations. We have also been working with more things to make it more accurate. We have in Impact for CAD, we have working on the volumes of concrete. So we are separating the reinforcement away, so get only the concrete there. That's something that came here in, is it Q3 or Q4? Yeah, it's at least very soon to be out. That I think it was Q3. So we can actually separate it, meaning that the concrete volume we get, that we map with the concrete mix, will be accurate. We can also set mass and material on the casting material, and that means that we will be able to map also, not every casting material, but you can set up let's say all the casting material that is this material, they should be mapped with that EPD. And then we can do much more accurate stuff. We have also been working with mass and material on the wires. That is something that's come first in Q1. But before we didn't have that data. We hard-coded it in the environmental. But we have working a lot on these things. But more things will come in the other presentations today about this. But it's mainly to get more accurate data and then to be able to map it. That's what we have been doing and will be doing. Then we have the concrete mixes. And this is a little bit, I know this is very detailed, but how we have built it up, like some logic here. So we have like some different criteria for each thing. Like in this case, if we take the top one, exposure class, then of course we have maps, so we know which value is exposure class. And then we can say if it's a freezing class and the freezing class is 4, then the concrete mix needs to have that on it. Because when you set up your concrete mix, you say that it can deliver in that freezing class. Of course, you can have more exposure class to the concrete mix. So that's a little bit what we call, dependent on the other one. Forced by criteria, we call it. Mandatory means that it has to match, like the cement quality or cement strength, cement type. They need to match. If you have a cement type there, it needs to match, because otherwise, all this you can define. And when you have set up your concrete mixes, then we map it to the design values. So this is how one concrete mix can look. And again, it's a lot of detail, but mainly is that you build up what can this concrete mix do? What things does it have? And then, of course, this will make it easy to map it to the design values. Every concrete mix has a grid, meaning that it's globally unique. We can track it later for future, and that's, of course, something that can be important later on. Maybe this example explains the idea a little bit more. You have this left is the drawing, and you can see there are some ringed in design values there. And then to the right, you have, let's say, a bunch of concrete mixes, all defined like I described before. And then it could be that several match the criteria that you have set up. Then we have added, like I showed in my other slide, the tiebreaker. There can only be one tiebreaker, and that's the one we are using if several are matching, because then we can say this is the best. Of course, you can decide to have a tiebreaker that is price. It can be, like in my example, global warming potential, but that's of course nothing but there can only be one, and then you can use that for selecting of the concrete mix. We will track the changes in the planning as well in the execution. Here we see the planning. So when you set the concrete mix on the element, if it's the best one, it will be green. If it's one of the best ones, so it's okay, it will be blue. If it's not, it will be red. Then maybe you ask yourself, how can you set something that is red? That you cannot, but things change. Design values can change. And that's why it can come from going from green to be red, because something happens with the design values in the process. But that's also something we will then keep track of. And of course, in our element control, we will also be able to see the actual recipe or concrete mix that is added to the mold. That's something we can check, and then we will get, did we add the correct one? Because that's of course important. So we have not been thinking that we had that concrete mix. We will know the one we have. And that's, I think, one of the most important things for the tracking, to tell that, okay, we were molding that day, we were using that concrete mix. That's what we are working on. And of course, we are then, some of you have working with our environmental module, and then you have been connecting the amounts to one-click LCA, that is our cooperating for that. And then you have get the result. The thing we will do now is that we will move all those things to the correct location. So it will come to factory, because the energy consumption is on the factory, of course. Before we were adding that on project, and you have to redefine it every time. So it will be a big change for the possibilities here. And we will also, let's see here, we will also be able to set the EPDs or the resources for the concrete mix. Before, we were only mapping it to the material. So some of you maybe have the material connected to the density, but that could be not the concrete mix, but the concrete mix is the one that will of course make your environmental footprint. So that's a change that is coming also. And for other materials that we call it, we will also move all of those to the company level. Casting materials is new, that we can then go for them as well and check the material on them, get the mass for that. And wires we have done more accurate values for. Of course, in the end, it's all about this. How much CO2 footprint do we get? But to get the correct value here is, of course, what will be more and more important. Because we need to have very clear values there. Because if we should do something, we need to know that the change we do will affect. And then I think we need to have this tracking. As you can see, I'm writing here that it can be based on producing factory or company or factory level. So it depends on how you work. You can add all your values only on company, but if you have several factories, you can also define each factory if you want to. That's up to you, of course. So this sustainability with tracking of concrete mixes is to be released in Q1 2025. So it's around 6th of March, I think. And this is just an example of what we are developing. And of course, this is coming from your influence, from the industry influence, of course. And we are always open for that. So don't hesitate to contact us if you have something that you want to discuss. From last year, I talked about something that was cooking. Now it's ready to serve. So let's look at the insulation planning module. We were releasing it in Q2 this year. And of course, if one of you want to try it, let us know. Just contact us and we will have you trying it, of course. There are some already up and running with it. It's a separate module inside Product Manager and Resource Manager. And it's based on element ID. And the reason for that is, of course, if you have a series of same element mark coming many times, insulation pieces can change because of maybe you cast it some week after, and then you have a different, or maybe something went wrong and you want to do it differently. But of course, we can use the element mark if you want to also. This is one sample how it works when it comes from, we can use impact design data, we can use PDF. So PDF can cover everything except impact for CAD that we can also then take the insulation solid out and use that as a background. So my first example is coming from the insulation solid. So let's start that one. And I already now see that I have spoken a lot, so time is flying. But here you can see the module. You load the element, and down there you can see the insulation planning. And what you see now is that it both has 3D and 2D parts. And then what I do now is taking care of the lattice girders. I want to have a spacer between, so the insulation moves a little bit there. I only took 10 millimeters. I don't know what you normally use there, but it's up to you to set it up. And then I use this array function. And of course, the sizes I have already set up before. And then we have done something called cut rectangular. So you actually just cut out. Everything is in 3D. Now it looks like 2D, but if you hover it, just like the model viewer, it's the same. And the element marks on the pieces will come automatically. If they have the same size, they will get the same name. And now I open up more. In the same way, that's how it works. I just click and open. And of course, then we have added some commands to modify. So this is extension lines. For guys that are in design, working in design tools, you know extension lines. We have added it here also, so you can split with that one. So now I split some of my pieces because they become too complicated, I think. But that's like, of course, you can make a complicated one. You will get it detailed, but it's more if it could be hard to make that one. I also delete some pieces because now they are better to be joined together with the other piece. So I delete, and then we have something called extend. So then I can extend the pieces to the line. So that's what I'm doing now. And this is in real time. So very fast you can do this for a whole element. And if you don't need to record at the same time like I had to, then I think it will be even faster. But then you also have something for the boundary insulation around openings. In my case, I use mineral wool. It can be whatever. It's just to draw insulation around the border. So that's what I'm drawing there. And all these ideas actually has come from when we have presentations for you about the module since last time. you could do like that, then it will be more effective. So I hope this is the way you do, because this at least what the inspiration we have got. Here I'm using a polyline instead, in the same way. And then now I have my pieces. I will then continue also to draw, and I already over 20 minutes, yeah. Can I steal some minutes more, you think? Yeah, let me take 2 minutes more. It only took 90 when I rehearsed. It's like strange. I talk so much more, I don't know what I did. But I want to show this just so you have seen it full part here. You know, next year I want to have a bigger slide, a bigger time slot. So there you see it's got hatched. That's when it's a different thickness of the insulation, because the upper part has a different one. And then I can remove as in the same way here. Actually using the same command, but I want to come to also the output, so you can see the report at least, so you know how that works. I'm using again the extension line here. It's up and running now, and I know it works because I have done some pieces, and it's also up and running in the reel. So it can save you time when you're working with insulation. If you do this detailing manually today, or if you do it in something else, this one is specialized for doing detailing for insulation planning. So of course it can do it as and of course if you have more stuff, we can also develop it further, of course. So now I think I come to where I print it, and that's where I want to come. There will also be more information on our homepage about this module, so you can look at. There is also information already on the wiki. And of course, contact us if you want to know more. Here you can see every piece gets its little small picture. And in my case now, I have made the first page is the page that will be used out in the mold. The plan is to print this on A4, and this picture then can be used out in the mold later. If you want to remove the other papers or not, that doesn't matter, but you can clamp it together and send it to the mold. And yeah, I have to jump this one, but I have one if you want to know later on with how to do it in PDF. It works the same actually. But this is from the real world, and let's end with that one. This is a real sample using this module that I got from Anton at Starka. Yeah, that was, I will not take more time now because I took 3 minutes too much. So thank you very much, everyone. And if you have questions on this, you can hook me up anytime out here in the corridors, of course. Thank you.
Yep. It's in my head. 1, 2, 1, 2. You hear me? Perfect. Let's see here. Nikolai said I should be using this one here instead. So let's try that. Yep. I will just reset the timer here so I don't go over time like Peter did. So I'll be talking about the Impact project. And my name is Dennis Knudsen. As Peter mentioned, I am the head of the support at Impact, but I'm also, what you say, the proud project owner of Impact Project. And I have 35 minutes for this presentation, and I will probably also be using all 35 minutes because, yeah, we've done a lot of things this year in the Impact Project. So before, what you say, starting out this presentation here, I just want to give a brief shout out to, what you say, the programmers on Impact Project, because without them, of course, there would not be any application. So even though that they're not here presenting whatever have been done, they also, what you say, are a very, very essential part of what we do. These here are the headlines that I will be talking about this year, and it's very important for me to note that even though that these are the headlines that I've chosen to speak about, we have also done a lot of other things. For example, the installation planning that Peter mentioned. I didn't think that it was necessary to talk about that twice. And of course, we have also fixed a lot of bugs throughout the year, like we always do. But we start in a place in the project manager that almost everyone is, is using, the model view. And the model view is, an essential part of project manager, and it's something that we are always, trying to improve and do better, because it's something that glues the, the production part and the design part a bit together. We start in the small but nice, department. In the find element, we have added a new function, let's see here, called highlight in model. Today, or before we added the highlight in model, we only had show in model, and show in model basically go in and selects the elements, which is of course very, very nice. But it's quite difficult to see what elements are selected because it just selects it. You need to close and isolate to see if it's the correct elements that you have selected. So now the highlight model goes in, select the elements, zooms into the selected elements so they fit on one screen, and make all the other elements transparent. So in this way here, this makes it much easier to go in and see if you have the correct elements selected. Just like show in model, it keeps the selection when you say close down the dialog box, and then you can go in, use the isolate function like normal if you want to do that, to have an easy work with the elements that you have selected. More and more of you have started to use plan direction in the project manager for planning when the elements are planned for erection out on site. Therefore, in the element ID grid, it's quite easy to see when the planned erection date is, because you can use the filters and all that stuff to get an easy overview. But because we want to use the model view also for that, we have introduced a new element color, where you can select that color and it will show the elements in the weak color for the planned erection. So now you get a nice multicolored element, and hopefully that will give a better and easier overview for the ones who are planning the erection out on site. So now it's easy to see where are the elements actually located and when are they planned for erection. When we're talking about element colors, the elements colors is an area where the recent years has grown. We've added more and more different options in here, and that will probably continue to grow throughout the years. And the list can be quite long, so therefore we have added the possibility to modify the list. You can now basically hide and move up and down the different element colors. So this gives each user a bit more control of what you want to see, what are you using often, stuff like that. So you don't need to scroll down the long list. And this is one of the things, or this is a good example of one of the things, or some of the things that we do with Impact, is that, at least as how I see it, is that we make Impact flexible. So the users can have the best experience working with Impact. We've also in the model view, or in the view, added up here a performance mode button. And this here sets the minimum requirements for the model view. And just to clarify, because the name could indicate that we are overheating your computer, squeezing out every single bit of memory and CPU of it and graphic card, but we don't do that. We, instead of doing that, we rather go in and set the minimum settings in the model view. And I know that many of you are running a full detail, full anti-aliasing and stuff like that, because we like to see on a nice model, which is of course also nice to do. But I'm 100% sure that not all of you in the different, areas of your work, is it needed to have a full, model in the full detail. So basically, when this performance mode here is set on, we will lower the detailing to coarse. We will remove the openings in NCAP, change the visual styles to hidden, and set the anti-aliasing off. And that's basically because these are the settings that are heavy for the, graphics card to generate in the model view. So if any of these settings are changed, then this performance mode here will, be deselected. So you can easily see if it's on or not. As earlier mentioned, we always try to give the best experience when using Impact. And this, of course, often means that we either introduce new things, change existing settings and stuff like that. And that we have also done to, the model view. We have added this one here called OpenGL. And some quick background on the model view, or what you'll say pure technical. Model view is is actually a software that we use, that we have something called iShot. And this OpenGL is something that they have introduced in here. So we also wanted to introduce it in the model view. So our experience is that the OpenGL is working faster in the model view, especially on large models. It works faster and smoother. And then you can ask yourself, why not do the OpenGL as a default and directly into the model view? And the thing is that it also has some flaws, unfortunately. One of the things, or downsides, or what you want to call it, one of the things with the OpenGL is that some limitations are drag and drop from the product down to the production. For example, casts directly up from the model view is not allowed. We can still use the square when using this down from the production module. Undock, context menu, and the custom mouse cursors are also something that are known issues from iShot. And of course, these things here might be deal breakers for many of you, but if you don't use those tools, then OpenGL will be a fantastic, addition to the model view, because it gives a better navigation and faster navigation in the model. So what you can try to see if some of these limitations are a deal breaker for you, go home, change to OpenGL, restart Project Manager, and work with it. And if you then experience any issues or something like that, you can always just turn back to the native, render type, and work as before. Now we jump from one area in PM to another one that is used a lot, the element ID grid. Because, many of you planners are using the element ID grid to plan, of course, we have tried to make some small improvements to make planning a bit easier in Impact. Since we introduced the multiple nodes in Impact, we have experienced through talks with you that these node fields are actually used quite frequently to different things. So therefore, we've added the possibility to set a node on multiple elements on all nodes at the same time. So when you open up the dialog box, we have the 4 nodes. I think before we only have node 1. So now we have the 4 nodes on the selected elements, and it will be saved directly into into the element ID grid. This feature here has been added all the places where you can set a node in Project Manager. So that means from the model view, from the element ID, and from the erection planning module. And this here should hopefully make it a lot easier to work with the nodes in the future. Another thing that we have opened up for is the planned delivery week, or not delivery week, the planned weeks. Before, these cells were only information cells. You could not write in them, and the information was that what week are the planned date belonging to. So now we have opened up so you can go in and write what you say directly in the cell. And this should make it way easier to go in and set the first available, what you say, working day for that week. Of course, one note on this is, of course, that you are working with one cell at a time, and then we are again limited to what you say, working with one element at a time. And that brings us to what you say, the next improvement is shortcuts. Because when we started to look into this enabling of the planned week, we are thinking, again, we're only working with one cell. How can we work with multiple elements at the same time? And this was a bit hidden, what you'll say. You needed to mark all the cells. You need to right click, find the planning tab, and then find whatever command you wanted to do. So what we've done is that we've added shortcuts for what you say, the most common planned function, or what you say, planning functions in the element ID grid. And those can be found here under the help section on key bindings, and also in the right click menu. So you have an easier time to, what you say, memorize the shortcuts. In this picture here, we can see that I've marked some cells. I used the command Control Y to open up the shortcut. And it's important to note that the shortcut command is only opening up the right-click menu. So basically, it's the same as if you right-clicked, went down to Planning, Set Date. So if you hover over your mouse on, for example, this one up here, Calculate Direction Date, then this one here will expand. This here should make it a bit easier to get into your, what you say, favorite, what you say, yeah, planning commands. This feature here and the other feature was something that was suggested by a customer, as Peter mentioned. Is important that you, what you say, share your thoughts on impact, and that you also, what you say, send in the suggestions on how we can improve our software. Because, yeah, it's not always what you say that a suggestion becomes to something. But if we don't know that it's a need, then it's 100% sure that it will never become something unless we somehow discover it ourselves. When we did the development of the shortcut functionality, we did a lot of testing with this one here, the right-click menu. And that led us to a lot of frustrations. I know I hadn't tested that, did also a lot of testing, and was also a bit frustrated. So we sat down together and talked about how can we improve, because if we were frustrating in the, let's say, short amount of period where we tested it, we could only imagine that working with this every day, that could lead to some frustrations. So the first thing that we have changed is that now when you go into set date here, this here will automatically, the date will automatically be what you say marked. So we can go into the set date now and write what you say week, I don't know, 12, and then it will be what you say written directly here. Before you had to, what you say, go down here, mark it, and then of course write it. For some reason it was quite difficult to mark. Another thing is that now we can hit apply with the enter on the keyboard. So basically you can, with your mouse, go here, mark the cells, use the Control Y, write the week number, and then hit enter on the keyboard. So the only thing that you actually need your mouse for is marking the cells. The last thing that we have improved is in here in the right click menu, was probably the one thing that was most frustrating, was when you use the mouse to try and hit here or hit apply and you hit outside the box. Then it closed down, quite annoying. You had to probably mark everything again, I cannot remember that, but again, right click into the same, what you say, dialog box or right click menu, and then pray that you hit the correct one. So now it will not close down if you want to move the mouse and hit apply. If you hit outside here, it will still, of course, close down, because otherwise the right click menu will just be open all the time. There's a new Swedish standard for drawings called SS32209. Right, Peter? You don't know? Okay, sounds good. Perfect. And this standard here requires some new requirements for the drawings. And exactly what the detailings are, I of course hope that you, the Swedish customers, know, because I don't. But this new Swedish standard required, some changes in the impact setup. And because we already had something called drawing type, we've decided to add a new drawing entity called drawing category to fulfill these requirements. In the standard admin, we have added a new node called category. And in here, you can add the different, drawing categories that you have. The category type here is only supporting none for now. And this is probably because, we wanted to make it easier in the future to add something in there if it's needed. In the drawing tab, in the project manager, we have added the drawing category, both here and in the properties. And we have also added text 7, 8, and 9 into it. And of course, it's shown in here in the properties of the drawing. And these, both the category and the text here and stuff like that, can be shown in the CAD, applications. And Revit also. In design is it called. Yes. In the version 1.1 of the drawing category, I like to call it 1.1, we developed so the approved date got updated with the newest revision when adding a revision to the drawing. And this is something that we saw a big reaction on in the support. And I, as you know, work in the support. So we made a decision that in the 1.1 version of the drawing category, we added a project property where you could choose if the approved date should update with the revision date. And this was added in the project manager version 17.1009. And this was released a month ago, I think. So the default setting of this one here will be no. And if you would like your, approved date to be updated with the revision date, then of course you need to change this to yes, and also change it in standard admin, so it comes by default. We have also looked a bit into plot and how we could make plot a bit more flexible and also a bit more user-friendly. I like to think impact as flexible, and when I say flexible, I mean that we can normally do the same function in a bunch of different places, because not everyone is working in the same way. So if we take a look at the plotting, this can both be done from the drawing tab, the model view, element ID, and element mark. So therefore you could get the impression that every plot from the different places are reacting in different ways, but normally it's actually just the same functionality that we are calling from the different places in the application. What we have done here with the with the plot is that we've added this one here called sort on element mark. So now it's possible when you don't plot from the element drawing tab, you can now sort on the element mark. Normally we sort on drawing name. And the sorting is quite important if you want to use this one here, merge to single file, because the merging is happening on the sorting. As we can see in this picture here, the drawing names is having a bit different name than the element marks. And by sorting it on the plotting on the element mark, it will come out from 1, now 1 is down there, but 1 to 6 in the merging of the PDF. And that usually gives a better overview for when sending out the PDFs to either customers or internally. If anyone remember last year, no. I talked a bit about the possibility to get an automatic notification on the when using the plot server and when the plot server was done. Since that implementation, we have added a plot log, so you can now see if the drawings are okay or if it fails during the plot, both in the email here and in the manual notification. And this here doesn't change any of the rules to the plotting, it simply just adds the log. The last thing that I would like to highlight in here in the plot is plot warning. And this is a thing that I have at least heard multiple times throughout the years at Strusoft, and it's quite nice to finally say that we have it implemented. The feature is quite simple, or the thing is quite simple, is that it shows if the PDF is open when you try to plot two PDFs, and there will be a warning. So it will warn if one or more PDFs are open, and if you want to plot the remaining, what you say, DVGs or not. And this here gives the user a heads up before plotting, so it doesn't get stuck in, for example, CAD. So you can either choose to skip those files or find the person who have the PDFs open. One note regarding this is that it seems like when we did the testing, the browsers, it's now possible to open up PDFs in browsers, for example, Edge, and that one doesn't count as the PDF is open. And that means that this here will not give a warning, but it also means that, for example, CAD, if you plot from there, that will actually also just plot the drawing and overwrite the PDF. This warning here is only applying to what you say, PDF applications that you have on your PC. The unit technique export is something that we have been working a lot on since the last user conference, where I probably stood here and said that it was now in beta. Now I can finally announce it's out of beta. And what we did, we removed the beta tag here, and then we removed the beta from the file. That's not complete yet. But because before we only supported double wall and form slabs, and now we also support what you say, the other wall types that we have. So that means that every what you say element type that is supported with a unit technique file in Impact is now possible to go in here in the project manager and use the unit technique export to get the files out. All the data will automatically be saved, what you say, into the Impact database when an element is changed, either in Impact for CAD or Impact for Revit. So now it's possible to actually use what you say Impact for Revit when designing elements and when you have a unit technique connection. And I know that Desi will briefly also talk about that subject. So now it's easier than ever to go in, get your unit technique files out so your production can get what they need. So I strongly recommend that the ones that are using unit technique as what you say, as a glue between design and production, check this one here out when you get home, because I'm 100% sure that this will ease up what you say, the process of getting the unit technique files. Now to the last headline, other interesting things. These are the things that are, what you say, nice to know, but did not make the cut for their own headline. Import linked. Two new things has been added here. The first and smaller things, it's a bit difficult to see here on the screen, but node 1 to 4 has been added in the import linked Excel. So now you can get those nodes into your linked when importing, and that's just nice. It gives a bit more, again, flexibility on the elements that you are importing. The bigger and more complicated things thing is this one here, where you can now import the drawing specifications with a linked element. And a requirement here is, of course, that the linked element that you're trying to import has what you say, a drawing attached, because we attach the drawing specifications to a drawing. There's been added a new tab down here called 5 specification, and there are 3 headlines that needs to be filled in, all mandatory for it to work. We have the name of the drawing, makes sense. We have this one here, the field type. This is the field type that the drawing specification have in the standard admin. And then, of course, what you say, the value. In here in standard admin, as mentioned, you can find the field types over here and the drawing specifications. This is a bit technical, but down here under specification and fields, and then you can map your drawing specifications to the different field types. Furthermore, is it needed that the drawing type BL other has the fields that you're trying to import? And the reason for this is that when we import a linked element, we map it to this one here called BL other. Then, as mentioned, we only support where it's drawings only. So we only support these two here if you want to have them in, because they import the drawings also. You will have a nice log showing if the fields or the specifications are imported. And of course, you will be able to see the specifications in here in your drawing. And this here just gives some new possibilities to the drawings that you are importing with linked when creating them through through the Excel sheet. Since the last user conference, we also done some small improvements to the follow-up. It's now possible to go in and remove certain statuses or elements that have specific statuses from the Gantt chart. So in this example here, I don't want to see the red ones, which are elements that are ready for production, because I only care about the ones that are not ready. And basically, we just go in here, mark in the filter. We don't want to see this one here, remove the ready for production from the Gantt chart. And then we have a better overview and more, streamlined, or what you would call it, overview of the Gantt chart. So we can, plan accordingly. We have also added a new type called milestone here under the custom activity. And there's actually not that much to this. The milestone can have only a duration of a day, and will be shown as a diamond in here in the Gantt chart. So now we can highlight the important, important things in the flow, in your flow on the factory, and it should be easier to spot because of the diamond, where a normal activity is having like a square. Today we have a nice connection from Tekla, and with Tekla-based tools. And I know that some of you are using Tekla-based tools, and I think you can agree that it's a nice connection that we have to get a way to get the Tekla elements into impact, so we can easily plan the elements in production. A great tool like this is, of course, saving time, so you don't have to redesign your elements in impact to plan them, and this saves a lot of time, of course. Therefore, we have worked on a similar connection from Allplan. And instead of a separate tool, we have added it in here to the project manager and called it IFC import. And then you might ask, why would we not just call it Allplan IFC? And my hope is that throughout time, that this one here will be further developed, and that we will, support IFCs from other applications. But I don't know how many of you have worked with IFC. IFC is a quite, complicated file format, and not, every applications, or actually the different applications are mapping the data differently. So therefore, we have decided to start with the Allplan as the 1.0 version, where only, extruded geometry are supported. So basically, we can map the Allplan attribute and the impact attribute here, element mark, length, width, and height. And if the Allplan attribute doesn't have any, anything assigned, there will be some default, mapping. And that you can read more about, on the wiki, on our wiki under import IFC. Yeah, I don't want to bother you too much with the full technical scope. Then we can see here that the geometry was not extruded, and therefore we skipped those elements. In here, we can see that the element, I forgot to highlight that, but we can see here that the element type is actually the element type that the element actually have. So this one here is a slab. So with this import, we import the full element type and not as linked. And here we can see the IFC model that I was importing. And we can see here this looks something like from Star Wars, but this one here was like rejected. And I don't know if any of you are using Allplan to design. I don't think so. I hope not. But it, what you say, it gives more flexibility, and hopefully we can develop it over time. The last thing that I will be talking about is something that I would be surprised if you haven't already noticed, because this was implemented, I cannot remember if it was Q2 or Q3, but it's changes to the start screen here. And because, again, I also work in the support, I definitely love features where we help you help yourself, because then I get less to do in the support. And a while back, we did these changes here. But if we zoom in a bit, we have Impact Block and News. This will open up in your browser, where you have our Impact Block. And I think, is it you, Matthias, who runs this? Marketing, boom. And you can see here what we are doing in Strusoft. And we can see here, Thomas Gitzes, many of you may know him, had a webinar about, what you say, production and project in here. So this blog here is a good, what you say, supplement to the newsletter that all of you, of course, have signed up for, monthly newsletter. So you can go in here and get some more information if the newsletter is not enough. Then we have here change notes, the newest versions of Impact. Change note on the newest version of Impact. Basically, this one, these here in the PM are all links into our wiki. So if you want the latest change notes on, for example, Impact Project Manager, you just click on Project Manager here, and then you will get redirected to our wiki. And this is also a good place to, figure out the new stuff that has been, what you say, released in Impact. We also added a list on the naming is maybe a bit, the newest change notes. These are the applications that we have released and the applications that we are planning to release. So we can see here that we are planning the Q4 in December, both, the desktop applications and Impact Go. And we can also see here what have been released, when was it released, is there something that we need to be extra aware of, what is the version, and different stuff. Then you can, base your, if you want to update to the newest version, if there is anything, that you need to be aware of. The last thing that I want to talk about is tip of the week. And tip of the week is a great place to learn. And it's now, I don't know, this is through the homepage, I think. So it should be a bit easier now to go directly from Project Manager to get in there. And again, you will get redirected to your browser. And in here, you can find, last time I checked, when I did the presentation, it was like a whooping 171. Have we uploaded anything since? No, doesn't Nikolai say? There will be more, we promise. Where you can find tips and tricks on how to, how to do stuff easier in Impact. And as a small bonus, you have a younger version of Nikolai here. So if that helps to get into the homepage, please do that. Now I have seconds before we jump to a small break before the next presentation. So that was okay, I hope, Nikolai? Yeah. Do we have any questions? Nope. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we are more or less everyone on place. And we say go now. Good. Well, welcome everyone to this year's Impact Revit presentation. My name is Desislava, and I'm a part of Impact Revit team. I'm located in Strusoft, Aalborg, Denmark, and I'm going to be your host for the next 45 minutes. Today you're going to get valuable insights in the Impact Revit software, and I'm going to go through the news that have come in the last year. Before we go there, let's see what's in store for us today, what we're going to talk about. The first thing which is dominating my presentation is inevitable component when we talk about precast elements, and that's the reinforcement. Specifically, I'm going to show how to draw bar mark, impact bar mark in the Revit model. I'm going to show you some new functionalities we have about bar mesh and bended mesh in Revit, in Impact Revit. And I'm going to talk about the reinforcement exports, the unit technique exports. I want to show you how to do it from Revit. And when we talk about reinforcement, we're not going to only focus on the conventional precast elements like sandwich walls. Here we see a bar mesh in bended mesh in sandwich wall. We're gonna see how we do it. But I've also taken elements like form slabs. This is a double wall. Elements that are more specific for some of you, not so often met in the precast industry, and we're going to talk about news about their components. Then we can't go without shop drawings. We're going to mention some news and functionalities about the shop drawing templates, but also the shop drawing itself. And in the end, I'm going to talk about a survey, a user survey we're doing among our users, where we're going to use emerging technologies to analyze your thoughts, to analyze your opinion. But that's in the end. First, in order to embrace some of you that haven't had the chance to work with Impact Revit or haven't seen and work with the version that we have now, we're going to talk about the integration of the Revit, of the Impact Revit in the Impact software suite. So to say, when I say that Impact Revit is a well-integrated part of Impact, what is it that I mean? I'm going to make a quick walk through our software products, the ones that you already have and you sit in with them when you're in your offices, and see a little bit inspire you how to find Impact Revit, how to search for Impact Revit in your softwares. So when we talk about Impact Revit, obviously we talk about a design software that stores and retrieves data from the Impact database. Let's say that this is the database in the middle. And then we're going to start with a software that is a center tool when managing your projects. We're going to start there where we ended, the project manager. When we talk about project manager, it's of course, it goes without saying that any geometry that you save in the model in Revit, it is going to be displayed into the project manager in the model view. But how to find the files, how to find Impact Revit files within your Impact project. You've seen the project browser 100 times if you work with Project Manager. And if you go to a section called Revit, it's actually there where you can link a Revit model to your Impact project. And of course, it has its, if you work with Revit files, so the properties that you see after the name of the file looks a lot of something that you've seen before. But I wanted to pay attention to this central file section. So here, the point here is that we utilize the Autodesk functionality about work sharing in Revit. That's basically having a central file and several locals that point to the central file. And here I want to mention that central file in Revit is possible to be used together with Impact. It's important to remember that. And we're going to display information about that in impact, whether it's center file or not. Yes or no, it's going to be displayed. Now, if we go further, when you have a precast project, you have a lot of shop drawings. In Revit, we have the shop drawings in the model itself. Everything is in one model. But we record the shop drawings that you make and we display them in Project Manager. So to say that once you go into the other field in the project browser, then you can see the shop drawings, but you can also see the properties that would usually use with your shop drawings in Impact. And you see there is a revision and drawing status. If we go further, move further to components, it's a lot of you that make specific components in your project. That's the project specific. And here I would like to give you an example. If you do an ink cap, which is quite often a met component in your design, well, any ink cap done in Impact Revit file can be also displayed in Project Manager. And here's an example about some Revit design I did, and I needed to make some project specific ink caps. So finding the files in Project Manager is together with all the other files in the project browser. This is where you can also look for Revit. If we move further to, I know there's a lot of administrators here today, so I've taken something for you. We have the standard admin and user admin and navigating tools when we talk about the organization. This is also a place where you can find Revit. Here's how your standard looks like, probably. You've seen that a lot if you go to standard admin. And casting materials, that's a component that you need to manage as administrators. And what we can see here is that, of course, there is a name of the casting material, but I want to pay attention to this part in here, where you have family and type. And here is just a double wall lift family that I taken as an example, where you can see usually when you have families in Revit, you're going to have a family and a type. And we displayed that also in standard admin. So not only you have the name that you're going to use in your other design tools, but if you have a Revit family connected to your casting material, now it's also displayed in standard admin. That's another way for you as administrators to navigate through your Impact Revit and Impact AutoCAD standard. And it's also important to mention that if you have a name, which is the unique ID of a component, you're going to connect it to a family and a type. And we had this question, why is the family the same? It's name here, well, it's repeating. Well, it's because within Revit you can have several types within the family. Revit is a parametric design software where you can have one family that could be the double wall lift as we have it here, but you can have several types when you change the parameters, like changing the height. Here it's obviously the capacity. You have several types within the family. So if we talk about the user admin, the application of the rules for, let's say, AutoCAD users apply also to Impact Revit users. If we go to production, well, an example of connection of Impact Revit with production, where the obvious one is that any design that is recorded and saved in the database can be produced in our production tools. And this is the obvious example. But then I thought, let's take it to another level and see, is there a setting that connects the Revit with the process further, with the production process? And then we have this export elements to IFC while saving. This is a setting done in the Revit model. So once you activate that, every time you save an element, you're going to export automatically an IFC file. The IFC file is going to have the element mark name in your project folder. And then you can go and utilize this IFC file. You can show it in your production tools. This is screenshots from production, from the production software we have. And here you can see that we can dive into the geometry itself. This IFC can be previewed by an internal and external IFC viewers. And here we're testing a little bit the concept of 3D to 3D design. Usually we go 3D, 2D, 3D. As we do a 3D design in Revit, then we do a drawing, and then we go into actually producing the element. But what we have here is 3D to 3D, and when people send their end of production, they can actually interact 3D with your design. There is coming a presentation about IFC just after lunch. My colleague Linus is going to talk a lot more about how to use IFC, Revit, and Impact. Very inspirational talk. So just after lunch, more about the topic there. And to finish the circle, we're gonna see some tools like cost estimation and reinforcement exports. Well, of course, everything that you take into the database, the data that you take into the database will go further in those software tools that we have. But reinforcement exports are very interesting for, I guess, a lot of you. And that's here I would like to take an example of Unitechnique export, the one that we just talked in the previous presentation, with Impact for Revit. So here we are, and we have a sandwich wall in Revit, and we would like to take this reinforcement data that we have, put it into an Unitechnique export file. The first thing you need to do is, of course, take the reinforcement, draw the reinforcement, and save the element so we are ready to take it out. So how do we walk the path there until we get to the Unitechnique export? You can do a producibility check. Producibility check, the name says it itself. It's some settings that you put in Impact, simply said, that can tell you whether you can or you can't produce the bars depending on your machinery. So this is optional. You can do it. It's important to say that now take producibility. It's a possibility in Revit. And this, what you see here, is I've taken the icon of the functionalities. Probably you can recognize it later in your following menus. What you need to do is to create a shop drawing. The creation of shop drawing in Revit is based on a template design. So once you have the template, you press on create shop drawing and you get the shop drawing itself. Now, the next step would be going into Project Manager, opening your Impact project, and here you're going to say export. Once you do it, you have a chance to save a Unitechnique export file like we see here. Then you can take this Unitechnique export file and preview it in softwares where you can read it. This is an example from EviCAD, and just to make some other examples here, that's an element with lattice girders, that's a form slab. This is how it looks in EviCAD, and you can probably, you can't see, but you can get some information about the lattice girders as well. So walking the path from Revit design to Unitechnique goes through Project Manager, where you open a project, you press on export, and you get a Unitechnique file. Yes, so we've been a little bit around in the different softwares, and I hope we draw this picture that we are interactive and we interact with each other. Everything that goes in the database can be utilized in different softwares. It's also like this, that once you made settings, let's say in standard admin or just project settings and project manager, it goes through Revit. And we've had some users saying sometimes during design, I just need to change something, I change the setting, and then I need to restart Revit, which you get its time, it requires time. And that's why we said reload setting could be a solution for those of you that doesn't want to restart. So in Q4, we are coming with this functionality where once you make setting in your Revit file, you can just go. This is basically the first falling menu that you see. It's a lot of settings for the file itself, and you say reload settings, and you don't need to restart Revit. So go and try it. Comes in Q4. Good. Now we take a little bit more reinforcement. And the first thing I would like to talk is this impact bar mark parameter. This is the parameter that, or one of the parameters, but I would say the main reason why any reinforcement that you get drawn in your Revit design will go all the way through the database. Said in other words, if you want to go into a report tool and make an export, a report about the reinforcement in this particular element or this particular project, we're going to read a parameter called impact bar mark. Okay, and what we do with this is once we save your element, during the saving process, we're going to scan all the components, for example, the reinforcement, and we're going to put bar marks to them. What's behind is a lot of parameters looking, are the bars the same? And if they are the same, we'll just assign the same bar mark. The idea here is the less bar marks, the better. That's our goal. Yeah, so we were doing that, but then we had somebody saying, okay, we're already assigning it during the saving process. I miss a functionality that can actually draw the bar mark. And that's how we did the insert bar mark in the model. So here it's a very short video showing to you what we're actually doing, but you have these bar marks. They are on common, local, or eventually in project level. So what you need to do is to go to the functionality itself and to select the bar mark that you want to see. Here we go into the functionality. You can choose from different levels. You can choose the bar mark itself. You can also preview it. You see there's a lot of parameters behind this bar mark that defines the name, and then you insert it. We're going to insert on a predefined reference plane, and we're not going to terminate the functionality until we actively do it. That's because we know you would like probably to draw several of them. So once you have the bar mark there in your Revit model, then you can use the settings in the layout settings in Revit, where you can multiply it and give it some spacing or numbers with spacing. What you get out of it is that once you draw it in the model, the bar mark parameter in Revit, it's already there. The impact bar mark parameter is there. So instead of waiting to the saving process or using some managing tool for, we have manage bar marks. So all this work, we save it, and you can already, when you draw your rebars in Revit, assign a bar mark, an impact bar mark. This gives you a feeling of control when drawing, but also, of course, makes it easier when you go further with your reinforcement design. So insert bar mark in the model now, it's possible. It's in your reinforcement tools. Yes, and everything I say now, from now on, that is very specific functionalities. I'm going to put this logo impact wiki, and basically it's on all the slides, because functionalities that I talk about now, they're all documented in our wiki page. So the support team actually very good. Every time comes a new feature, something like this, we are documenting it. So focus on the possibilities that we have and the technicalities about it. Further on, we're going into some parameters, and don't worry about it. You can always find out. It's documented in Impact Wiki, and it's also can always get help from us. So the next thing we are going to now is the bar mesh. And what we see here is a bended mesh, and that's not something new in a way, we had that for more than a year in Impact for Revit. But this is how it looks. What we have a possibility now is that we can draw bar mesh in the bended mesh. And what you get out of it is actually bars that are recorded singularly in the database. So if there was just a bended mesh as we know it, it's going to look like this. We're going to record probably a square meter amount in the shop drawings and further in the database. But for many reasons, you would like to have a bar mesh. It says that you're going to need to activate the setting here. So once you draw bended mesh, you do it like you do a bended mesh, but take a look at the way we present it. You see, if you draw the mouth through it, then you can see the bars, they are actually selected by itself and you can read information about them. If that was just a bended mesh, it's a reinforcement sheet, it's called in Revit, you're going to select. And then on the shop drawing, graphically, you're going to see displayed the bended mesh like this with a tag, and the conventional mesh, we're just going to place it as a diagonal. They usually appear together, so we need to have a way to differentiate for them in the shop drawing. It's important to say here is that we have two key functionalities. The first one is draw, and the other one is edit, bended mesh. And what you get out of it is that even though we draw it as a singular bars, if you go and say edit bended mesh, then we're going to edit the whole thing. We're going to edit the whole mesh. And this is where you get a lot. So you don't need to edit bars one by one. We're going to record it like this, but we're going to edit it at once, and you can earn some time there. Yes, we're going to stay a little bit with the bended mesh, but we're going to go to a component which is widely used in, I guess, any impact project. That's the in caps. For those of you that haven't heard about that, it's the in caps are basically, if you see a geometry like this, then we have an easy way to apply that in impact for Revit, generally in impact, I would say, and that's the in caps. Okay, so you draw the geometry and it's applied automatically to your Revit wall. And for anyone that's ever done a Revit design, making a geometry like this in Revit takes, I would say, a lot more than a few clicks. But this year we built it up on that. And in impact, we have this way of working where we connect a component with component. And this is what we do here. We connect casting materials and reinforcement with the in caps. What you get out of it is that you insert 2, 3 or more components that are always true together at once, automation. It's a very smart way to work for a situation that is always true. Another example for that is if you have a lift and it's always true that you insert a reinforcement of a certain type around the lift, then you have a possibility to connect it. That's the same concept in here. So let's see what we do. We start with the casting materials, and here it's important to say that it's casting materials that are linear or dynamic casting materials. So to say, the ones that attach to the in cap. And notice I say in cap and not wall. Okay, so in this case we have a casting material that is attached to a specific geometry. It's something like this in here, and it's a linear casting material. Obviously it's a two family, and it goes into the wall anytime you attach the geometry. But I say attaching to the in cap and not to the wall, because it might be that you just attach our partial in cap. Let's say it goes through the half of the wall, or just some millimeters, some centimeters into the wall, like it's the case here. Well, then The casting material will also attach to this partial end cap. It will attach to the end cap. Let's see what we do with this reinforcement. The news here is that we can not only connect rebars like we did until now, but we also can connect bended mesh to end caps. And there could be a sketch like this. You want to insert something that connects to the geometry through your project. And you're going to do a prototype of the wall and the prototype of the reinforcement. It gives you a very great feeling of control. You know how it looks, you can measure it and know how it's placed. And then you just going to insert it. And here it's important to mention when we talk about reinforcement is that it's inserted when you insert the reinforcement template. There's many reasons for that, but mainly because you would like to do your reinforcement when all your components are in place, when we talk about recess and other casting materials, lifts and so on. So reinforcement is within caps is inserted once you press on insert reinforcement template, which is a very powerful tool in itself. It's not going to insert only mesh and edge and opening rebars, but if it detects that you have an end cap with a bended mesh attached, it will also go into the wall. And last but not least, it's important to say that they don't exclude each other. You can have both in one end cap casting material and reinforcement. So it's already there in the software. If you haven't tried, go and utilize it. One last thing here is probably to say that if this is a single time insertion, let's say it's a corner somewhere in your building or something, I would say use the conventional tools like insert casting material or draw the bended mesh with the help of the Revit rebars. But if it's a solution that goes on two sides of the element, like the example here, it goes on several facades, several floors, several buildings, projects, it's a standard solution for you. See, when you scale up, the automation really pays off because you save time doing it on your own. Okay, we're gonna go further to an element like foam slab and double walls. That's a lattice girder. When we distribute the impact Revit standards to you, it's just an example of a standard that you can go and try. We usually also have a lattice girder. It's a component that is used both in double wall and in foam slabs. But then we had users coming to us during the year and say, this geometry that you have doesn't really correspond to the one that I use with the factory that delivers the components for me. I can't really get it to work, and I need to have my own family into Impact for Revit. And point taken, we opened for user-defined lattice girders. The only thing you need to do is to take your lattice girder family and then say load family type. When you load it in, Impact is going to read the parameters behind, and you can go and use it in your double wall and foam slab design. It's important to say that this family that you're going to feed into the window here needs to have the parameters that will utilize Impact at most. Which parameters there are, you can go and read in Impact Wiki if that's relevant for you. And let's say something about double walls. Usually if you went and draw a 3-wall connection in Revit, it's going to look like this. It's always some panel that goes through, and there was a need for tool that can help you here. We had the 2-wall connection for double wall. Now we open for this 3-wall connection, so that when you run through this command connect wall, several clicks of the mouse, then you get going from here to here in a few seconds. And it's not only that you're going to insert the correct gap between the panels. It's important to say that what we are also going to look at is the distance of the lattice girders to the ends is always defined in your definition, how much the lattice girder minimum and maximum distance must be to the end of the double wall itself. And you probably also have reinforcement in the definition that you would like to also adjust. So cover, lattice girders placement, and reinforcement, we're gonna take that into consideration when we do the connect wall in Impact for Revit. And something about slabs, and when I say slabs, this feature that I'm going to present now is relevant for slab, pre-stressed slab, form slab, and pre-stressed form slab. So slab, form slab, and their pre-stressed versions. We've had profile mesh drawing for walls, but obviously we've had somebody contacting us saying that I have some balconies, I have some plates that need a special profile of a mesh. And that's how we also implemented profile mesh for slabs. The name says it itself. You're going to draw a profile, you're going to select a mesh from your impact standard, you're going to insert it, and then this could be the outcome as a just a sketch of it. You are gonna insert a cover if your profile hits the edge of the element, and you're also going to take consideration of the depth. This is a section view now. So insert profile mesh available for wall, slab, form slab, and the respective versions of slab and form slab in pre-stress. Yes, now we go to the print and impact for Revit. If you have printed recently, then you might have noticed something's changed. The interface is improved, and now you can not only collapse and expand, but you can also see all the shop drawings and the respective IDs below them. It was before like this that we saw all the assemblies. That's the Revit term of shop drawings. We saw them all in the list, and it obviously creates problems if you have this large list of shop drawings. Now it's more easy to navigate, and you want to see the assemblies and all the respective IDs. In other words, this great impact feature, having one shop drawing and connecting IDs of elements, if there are components, geometry, reinforcement fits to one, so doing the work once but distributing it more IDs, this feature is also available in Impact for Revit. Yeah, and then you know, in the perfect world, you would like to save the elements when you're done designing, but that's not what happens. A lot of times you need to do changes once you save the element, and you need to resave the element. So now you have actually in Q4 a new functionality called a new setting, I'll call it. You can get Impact to automatically activate the save function after you edit an element. And that's done in the Revit file. And what you do there is just, yeah, if you switch it on, you can say, okay, I can get reminded by Impact that when I do it, edit, I need to change it afterwards. A little bit of help is optional. If you want to work that way, you have the possibility from Q4. And I want to show something about the shop drawing and the settings. The news there is that when you have a custom material, and then you obviously need dimensions. We had some users saying, I need to have user text. We couldn't draw that before. But if it's a specific shop drawing view, that is always true that these custom materials that you see there are Corvo related, let's say, then you can add the text, you edit the family of the dimension line, and then you can set up the custom text in your template. And last but not least, the linked elements. I need to say something about that as well. Linked elements is, I would say, it's a very good example of why Impact Revit is giving you possibility to work with any type of geometry. And when I say any type of geometry, I mean it. Linked element can be anything. Some time ago, we went on some Revit forums and downloaded a dinosaur family. And if you go into Revit and Impact Revit, you can actually save it as a linked element. Everything can be a linked element. How you produce a dinosaur, I don't know. You can probably refer to Frederick. But we did also a Santa Claus hat. I remember some years ago it was some LinkedIn Christmas card. So it's a lot of families out there in the internet, Revit families you can go download. So we did some Christmas hats, Santa Claus, and then we previewed it in Project Manager. So it's anything can be, any geometry can go and use it. But in this particular example, I would like to take us to the reality. And we had the user saying, okay, we have this linked element that's part of the element, but the edge of the element where impact takes dimensions is actually hidden. So my production can't take measurements from there. That doesn't give meaning for me. I want to take measurements from further into the element. And that's how we did the setting in the family where we, if you draw a reference plane and call it, let's say in this example, impact left, then impact is going to always take measurement from this particular Revit plane. And it's smart because if you update the subdrawing, or if you use this template and this family for several subdrawings, then the automation is there. We always take from a point that you say we should take it in the Revit family. Yes, so now we've been through the functionalities itself, and we go to something I've been looking forward to share with you, and that's the user survey that we're doing this year in the user conference. And user surveys, that's not something new for Strusoft. As you can hear, we have traditions for involving users into our software design, and we are doing surveys on a general basis. The annual user survey is actually hitting your inbox now in the end of the year. But this year, we want to use new technologies to analyze what you actually say. We're going to go there, but first, some practical information about what is it that we want to know today. You've seen probably this Scan Me poster with the QR code. There are some here in the side part, they're on the doors, and there's one over there. What you're supposed to do is scan the QR code with the camera of your phone, and you'll be directed to a place where we would like to know what is your dream functionality in Impact. And here you're allowed to think big. You're allowed to tell us what is it that you need, your organization needs, in order to move in the direction you would like to happen in the future. But when I say that, doesn't mean that, let's be honest, some small things somewhere in the way you work can also move you. That's why we say you are allowed to make multiple inputs. There is no restriction. So think about the priorities in your organization and think about what is it that you would like to happen in Impact in your respective products that are going to move you in the direction you want, that gives value to you. That's the question. And you're supposed to write free text, and you're supposed also to point us to a software that it refers to. It can be also all of them. So this is what we collect. We collect a time slot, automatically the system does it, a free text, and we select the software that it refers to. This three thing, it's anonymous, and it's as democratic as it can be. Each voice counts the same. Now here where it gets interesting, because once we get the data, not only getting the data, it's also what you do with it. It's here where we're going to use some AI embedding, it's called, to make a 2D visualization of your meaning. So what you're going to do is basically take the data, curate it, translate if needed, and then you're going to create a neural network that you're going to feed into AI vector embedding. And this system has, first of all, natural language processing and contextual understanding. So to say, it's going to know the meaning behind the words that you put in your free text. In other words, when we get this, you should imagine this is just an example of it, but you should imagine that all these dots in here that go together somewhere, this represents a precast term that you use in your text, and they are related somehow. They are related in the way you write it, in the way you say it, they are related. And once we have it, once you have this 2D visualization, I say, what can you do with it? Basically, what it's going to say to you is, what is, or we can put it another way, how the meaning of user 1 sitting somewhere here relates to the meaning of user 2 sitting somewhere here, and to user 3, 4, and 5. Basically, we're going to find out when you print it out in a 2D, and you're going to see some clusters. There are going to be some topics, some words coming together. Then we can make the analysis of what you're saying in your survey, in your free text, and these topics that you form, are they the same like the things we think you say? And you can go and use it to comparison with the software plans and roadmaps that you have. That's one thing. But you can also go deeper in the clusters and see the relation between the precast terms. And I can give you an example with, let's say, a column and rectangular column. If because the system has this contextual understanding, it's going to understand that there's a category called column, and then probably a rectangular column going to be related. But how related are they? Is there a circular column? The distances between the dots are actually explanation about the relation between the terms. And then you can go and make analysis about, okay, the relation between those terms, are they the same like I see it in my software? If something needs to be changed. There's a lot of way to go with it. But what it's important to say is that the AI is never better than the data you put in. And if you see around in the room today, you might see colleagues, somebody you work with, somebody you haven't seen since last year. But what I also see is a room full with precast expertise coming from different countries, different element types, various inputs, valuable inputs. You are the ones that can put the right data into this survey. And I really hope that you would like to do it. You have the whole day today, and you're supposed to write a free text. English is preferred, but if there is some terms that you can't translate, or it's a word that's coming out of your mind, don't worry about it, just put it down. We have a lot of language expertise in Struso. I'll find out what you mean. And we also do it 7 days from now, because your colleagues back into your respective offices should also have the chance to participate. So today you can go and scan it through the room. In the dinner event, there's going to be also flyers with the QR tag. And later on, when you go into your respective offices, you can always find the presentation, scan the QR code, and get actually creative. Get creative and tell us what you mean. I hope you would like to make a change, and I really hope they would like to participate. I'll say thank you for listening. 1 minute over. Thank you for listening, and enjoy your day. Is there some questions? We can always meet during the day. I'm also in the dinner event, so let's take that. I think we're all hungry now. Let's go eat. Yeah, time for lunch.
Yeah, please take a seat, and hope that you all are filled up with some food. I have good news. I will only talk for like 10-15 minutes, so you don't have the risk of falling asleep after the good lunch. So yeah, for you who don't know me, I'm Linus. I work with a little bit of everything, like implementations, a little bit sales, and I'm also a lot focused with Revit, and work a lot with SE and so on. So a little bit of everything. And I got the pleasure to talk a little bit about something that is not really impact, but we are relying on it, and it's the IFC, and especially from Revit. So I guess that most of you know what the IFC are or is, but before I was I was thinking about IFC like this. So I made a very simple sketch here where the model 2 and 1 and 2 should illustrate to come from two different softwares, and then we combine it in one model, and it looks like it's just straight ahead. Everything is like it's IFC, so it's standard, right? But that's not really the case. So that's also why it's interesting to look into the topic. So an example, a little bit too quick, but the example is in next slide. So this is like an illustration that I tried to use, and I think that all the plugs here could like be like maybe AutoCAD, Revit, Tekla, and so on, BricsCAD. So you see that it's different plugs. All are plugs, but they are different, and that illustrates the it's same, but it's still different. And one example that many of you probably have seen is that from AutoCAD we don't have the possibility to categorize the element types. So everything here you see both sandwich walls and solid walls. Maybe I should have had some slabs and so on, but everything is like this building element proxy, while from Revit you have the possibility to divide it, and that's just one example. Then to make it even more complicated is that in Revit, because now we're going to talk about Revit, we have something called families, which is like let's say a wall, and then you can make it in different dimensions if you haven't worked with Revit before. So it's an easy explanation. And then you also have parts, which is basically like you take the family and split it into pieces, and you can make this example with end caps much easier and predefined. And that works quite well in Revit, but Autodesk have not provided us with the tools to use that the same like collaboration between families and parts within the IFC. So that's where we both have the challenge, but also have opportunity for impact to help with this. So I will I think I will just show you 3 different highlights of this IFC, because it's like good to know what's good as well, and not only what's bad. And one thing is the 3D geometry, and I've had a lot of customers and potential customers trying Revit, looking at demos and so on, and almost everyone that I've been in contact with, in the beginning when they are like, let's say that they switch from AutoCAD to Revit. So in the beginning, almost everyone is asking like, but why does this look weird? And that's like in the first 30 minutes or 15 minutes and so. And what I'm gonna come with this is that Revit is so graphical and visual, so you can see things that are quite difficult to see in a 2D model is very easy to spot in the 3D. So here, like, honestly, I made this mistake, which is actually quite good, because I didn't check my 3D, and I somehow added a custom material where it should not be placed. But if I would have checked my 3D in Revit, I would have noticed it and, you know, could fix it before I go to IFC. So in the IFC, I would, yeah, it's still here, but I would have the possibility to easily just eliminate that human mistake. Another thing with the geometry is that, yeah, we can do, let's say, custom material very detailed in Revit, and they can be very detailed here to show important things, but that will also slow down the model. So both Revit and Impact Revit has a lot of tools to yeah, filter out what you want to see and so on. You could also, like, if it's some, let's say, cost material all the time. So cost material that it's necessary for the model, but it should never be in the IFC. Then you can just add some information, a parameter on the cost material, and prepare a view in your project template. So basically the model, so that every time you transfer or export the IFC, then those cost materials are hidden. So it's a lot of things like that. And yeah, the second highlight is the property sets, and the first one is no news basically, because we have that in AutoCAD today. Is the building information properties to, like, tie together, basically make it a little bit more standard. I think I have some sort of illustration here that I or took the same plugs so that it's getting more to this. And the building information properties are just a set of properties like this that should be the same for all models and so on, so that we have something to compare at least. So what's the benefit from Revit? So basically, it's like we can extract a lot of this data from the model itself. So if you just make a change in the model, you don't need to update any, like, text field or anything what could be, because everything is updated real time in the model. Yeah, this is how it could look like in one of the IFC viewers. But also the impact property set. So the impact property set also existing in the CAD, but what's good here is that you can add your own parameters. So basically, if the parameter exists on a wall, column, a cost material, a rebar, if you want so, if that's the case, then it can be shown in the model, because nothing is hard coded when we export from the IFC from Revit. So yeah, one of the topics here that could or examples could be that you put some parameters on all your specific cost materials. So in this case, ceiling boxes. So you have some parameter here, and you in the IFC model you can just use that to highlight all those components, because it could be like different sizes and so on. You know more better than me that things varies, and that's just an example. Could, like, be sprinkler heads to highlight them, railing brackets and so on. So yeah, it's a lot of different things. And then lastly, also you can easily create your custom ones. So let's say that you have a project or company specific data set that you want to show in the model, then you just customize it. And then the last thing that Desi talked a little bit about is the integration and connection between the IFC and the production. So yeah, in the production, like, the elements might be some some complex geometries. So instead of only relying on a drawing, we have the option to use that setting that Desi explained before, and access the IFC from either internal viewers. So let's say that you have that in the factory to check just easy geometry, like, okay, does this formwork look like the reality or the element? Or you also have the possibility to open in external models or applications to have more tools and also get all the data and so on. So there are a lot of different benefits, but with this, it's again no impact feature, but we rely on this, and it's also that this is something that we've seen a lot of interest like the last 6 months, especially after the summer. So I've been working with a few of you here that's in the audience on this the last couple of months, and it's still ongoing. So I have the feeling that it's a lot more to explore. So if you have any thoughts, ideas, challenges, we have like 6 different countries here, and I guess that requirements between the countries might be similar, but something must be specific. So just grab me, because I'm more than interested to hear what you have thought about, and see if we can integrate that into our work as well. Because in the end, who knows, maybe you will work with Impact Revit, and then everything will be integrated. So just grab me, and if you don't manage to do it today, you can go back to the presentation. The first slide, you have my contact information. Any questions? I don't know if I was quick or not. Let's say that. Yeah, Oscar, or who has the mic? No? Okay. Normally we... Okay. There we have.
All right. It's just these element-based IFCs, those are Revit only thing?
Which one do you mean?
Making IFCs of each element.
Yeah, exactly.
Revit only?
Yeah.
All right. Are they accessible, just like you showed from the project manager, through the new Impact Go as well?
Nope.
All right.
Yeah, but who knows? Maybe you can use the QR code to put that as an idea.
All right.
Yeah, great. Then again, thank you. And I don't know what time is it. 5 minutes, perfect. It's exactly when I should stop. So we have 5 minutes, so I can switch the mic to Nikolai, and then he will present the impact design for CAD. So just a second.
start slowly. I think the guys watching online, if they're jumping into this presentation, they might, time it. You never know when people are joining online. I'm Nick, work with sales here at TrueSoft. I know most of you guys. I do notice some new faces today, of course. So, well, to present myself here, of course. And I'm gonna talk about this impact for CAD. I think I've done this the last 8 or 9 years in a row, maybe. Had 2 children in the meantime, in school now and so on, doing the same thing again and again. But hopefully new things I'm showing you every year. When I was growing up, my dad, he was a manager at the Bang & Olufsen factory in Denmark, which is these fancy sound systems and phones and so on. It was a little old-fashioned, where you cannot put your elbows when you eat, and you have to put the fork and the knives there and so on. And he was also, when you wear some clothes, there's some specific rules. And now I'm wearing a shirt today, and he said, when you're wearing a shirt, you can never roll up the sleeves unless you're doing manual labor. And I have to roll up the sleeves now because we're doing a lot of work here. And we're going to warm up for 45 minutes of, I almost say, hardcore features here. Even as late as last night, I was going through this and I just realized there's way too much. I just want to bring everything in. So some things maybe are not in the presentation. Doesn't mean they're not there, of course. We have the wiki. I think it was mentioned a couple of times already. So if I'm not talking about it, does not mean we didn't do it. But let's see with the time for the online guys. I think it fits. So we can start. Yeah. So impact for CAD. And I've made a little bit of an agenda. Oh, you can already see one of the points here. Very nice. Corbel reinforcement. Actually, one of the things I want to spend a lot of time on today, because we have something really nice to show there. But basically, first I'm going to go through, not list all of the features, but just show them the new features released for Impact CAD. There are many. Then I'm going to focus on some selected features. And here we're talking about reinforcement. I'm going to spend quite some time here as well. It might be a little heavy, which is why I'm starting with it, because when we get to the Corbel reinforcement, it's much more visual and fluent instead. So the risk of tiring you guys a little bit in the beginning, I'll see if I can wake you up towards the end of the presentation. Then we have smaller, and then I say, but not minor, changes in casting materials, geometry, general features. It might be some tweak on a shop drawing or something that can add a lot of value to your business, depending on how you work, of course. And materials. Peter mentioned this earlier today, a little bit about concrete and reinforcement being taken away from the concrete, the weight being added and so on. I'll talk a little bit more about it. So I think time-wise is going to be 10 minutes reinforcement, 10 minutes with miscellaneous changes, 5 minutes with materials, and then 15 minutes with this Corbel reinforcement. And I have the agenda listed here, so you can also follow along, because the presentation, of course, is going to be a little bit on the long side here in these 45 minutes. Almost everything I showed today, you can go back home and use immediately. Maybe 1, 2, 3 things are not available immediately. If they are not, I will say when they are as well. It might be in December, for example, for the Q4. So, new features and improvements. Here's a little bit of a list. This is just documented features that we have on the wiki. So we have made more than 80 features that are documented on the wiki, how to use them and what they do. That's what you see in the background. But we have made a lot of things that are not documented as well. Making something in the background, improving the speed, doing some changes, fixing some things here and there, improving something, and sometimes smaller things that don't need to be documented. More than 180 of those combined with 80 features. And this is not on impact, this is on impact for CAD only. So this means 260 improving impact, developments improving impact in, well, this is since the last user conference basically. So in 1 year, 260 That's more than the amount of working days that is in a year. So basically we made more than one improvement every single day of this year. So quite a lot. So that you can see why I'm having a little bit trouble sticking to 45 minutes here, but I'm not going to show anywhere near that amount, of course. But let's focus in on some selected features. And I can warn you already now, this is going to be technical. Hopefully technical will mean also interesting, especially if it's something, regarding what you're working with. And I'll also say, maybe I mentioned already, but if you don't find the thing that you're working with, chances are, I'm showing maybe 15 things in total today, chances are out of those other 80 things and new features we added, there is probably something you can use also, but we simply don't have time for everything. Reinforcement. So it's just a little picture of some of the things, and you will see all of these during the reinforcement presentation. So basically just the front page, but we'll start with the reinforcement templates. And this is of course the regular reinforcement for walls, if you're using regular rebars, mesh and so on, not the bar mesh for the machines. Here we have added in a new tab called corner reinforcement. So, well, we can see before we didn't have that. So it will make the edge reinforcement, opening reinforcement and so on. And if you needed to tie it together with corner reinforcement, then you would add the corner reinforcement. So basically what this does is it gives you an automated way of actually getting that in. So you can actually skip that, we call it manual step. Desi was also mentioning, if you have one element where you need to put something like this in, of course you don't configure it in the standard, but if you have all of your projects or a whole project where you need to do something like this, then of course it saves a lot of time. Two shape codes, if we get even more technical, B, which is the specific Swedish one, and the international one, I think they originate from the British ones, called 11, but they pretty much do the same thing. It's like a bent bar in the shape of an L, of course. Down here we see on the picture how they actually get placed compared to these edge reinforcements. So they will place them just on the inside of these ones so that it will be correct in the 3D model and everything for when you tie the reinforcements together, so you get these corners. If, this is a bar mark thing as well, if you're using the property bar mark automatically, they will automatically get a bar mark as well. So everything will be counted. You don't need to think about naming them, numbering them, getting them properly into the database, of course. Other than this, we've also added in for the edge reinforcement. So if you don't use that corner reinforcement, but still need to tie the bars together in the edges, then you can make U-shaped bars instead, or U-shaped with two bends, so that what we call it half of the edges, either the horizontal or the vertical edges, will be U-shaped. Again, the whole same principle is just that, well, we save you guys some work here. We had one option before, now we have two options called vertical and horizontal. So pretty simple. If you guys are working on the new versions, this is not even the newest version. If you have updated the software within the last 6 months, you will already see this if you have been doing some new templates. Other than the U one, we have also added an L one. So hopefully with these corner, the U and the L, we're covering pretty much anything you guys can make up with how you want to work with it. And of course, if you have another way of doing it, you can use the QR tag for that as well. Put that in. So that covers the new options and changes in the reinforcement templates. So jumping from that, there are a number of changes for those of you guys who use machines to create your own meshes. So this is even more specific, but especially when you have these large machines, taking up 300 square meters or how much they take up, the small ones maybe, size of large buildings, then you really want to use those machines to the fullest. And you need the data to come from our software, of course. So we've done a lot of improvements. This first one is actually a little bit for ourselves, so we can understand what it is we're doing. And this is the view itself, and I've already made, this is the view on the drawing itself. I've already made a little preview with what are the changes we've done. The change one is if we have bars that are similar, have the same bends in both ends, we group them together. So you can see it says A plus A, and then it lines up to where these are. The second thing is if we have a different bending radius or a different diameter of the bar, then we'll automatically get another picture of that as well. And you can see up here, it will say C. If you compare B and C, you can see the difference. With B, there is no diameter in this case. That's because everything is 6 millimeters in this case. The only thing that is not is the C bar. So that will show it very easy to see as well. And the third one is the towards and away symbols. So again, this is actually a purely visible thing. So it's funny to talk about visible things to humans for things we actually send to machines. But of course, we need to understand it before we actually send it to a machine. And it's the X's and O's or whatever we want to call it, the towards and away. You can customize the size as well. So if you have something really complex or often too complex and very filled up with a lot of stuff, then you want it to be smaller maybe. If you want it to be more visible, maybe you want it to be larger. That you can set as well with variables. And well, I'll jump for a little fast forward. Other than this, also for editing them, I think this requires a little bit of explanation because you can do changes in the drawing views now. And what does that actually mean? Well, you have your reinforcement view here, where we have the inner panel. And this example, I think, is maybe the easiest, or it's the easiest way I could think of explaining it, the same way that the head of the design development explained it, Michael. If you have a sandwich wall with 2 meshes in the back, on the drawing itself, you will have one reinforcement view of that. But what happens if you want to edit some specific bars in one of those layers of meshes? It becomes a little bit difficult to edit it. Difficult, but it makes it much easier that we actually have the views where we have, this is the reinforcement inner panel in the drawing, where we do the changes normally. But here we actually have the back piece of the inner panel. We'll also have the front piece of the inner panel. And then you can do changes directly in the back piece here, instead of having to pick, get a hold of the right one. So basically, I'm not going to read all of these up, but the following commands can be used. I would say the commands that you need to use can be used. You can go back to this slide if you want to check it out, or you can take a picture, of course, if you want to go home and try this out to edit right here. One thing, though, is this must be drawn with the newest version of Impact. And I don't remember exactly if it's Q2 or Q3, but the drawing itself cannot be an old drawing. If you want to be able to do this, then you need to generate the drawing anew if you've just updated, or if it's a 6 months old project you're revisiting, you need to redraw it to be able to use it. But otherwise, everything you make from now on, you're going to be able to do this directly. More improvements here. I'm listing some more improvements, but a little bit, picking up the pace a little bit, not explaining a lot about it. You can change bar diameter in the bend bars command. You can actually show producibility errors even before you do the producibility check. So meaning that in the form slabs and the element tab and the double wall, you can actually see errors before you do the check. So that means that you can even correct it and then run the check, and then hopefully you will have to run it fewer times. Again, just saving a little bit of time. The properties palette in AutoCAD, regular AutoCAD properties palette, can also now be used to change properties on the bars. In this case here, we're changing color and layer. It is also possible now to manually approve rejected bars. This is if you think maybe the settings that you have set up in your standard are not 100% like you need them to be yet. Instead of having to go back and change the settings, if you have something that needs to go out now to the machine, well, you can actually manually approve that as well. And I think it's the final one of these fast ones here, the quick select command, also from AutoCAD. You write Q select, can now be used also to mark all reinforcement bars on a specific layer. So what you got to think of here is mixing these 5 things together to make like a little bit of a bigger picture, or a better whole, or whatever we want to call it. So we can do the checks, change the layers, manually change the layers even, and then quick select everything that we've done it like that, and easier work through it. So the next thing we have here, which is one back again, which can be a little bit heavy. We're going to spend a couple of slides on this one, is the bended mesh. And the bended mesh in end caps more specifically as well, actually. So there's a new production setting. To use the bended mesh, of course, you need to have that marked. And then if you use BC or MB shape codes, I think this one is an MB, then the geometry of this stirrup will automatically be used to create these bended bars. We check the bended mesh in the bar command. The height is adjusted to the location of your top mesh. So again, here, getting everything in easier, faster for it. Now, when we have this bended mesh here, of course, we've also had to add some production settings to make it easy for you guys to tune it in so it fits exactly with your machine setup and the way that you can actually produce. So there are some general rules. In general settings, bended mesh is set to yes, and there are some specific bending rules that always apply. But there is another set of rules also that should apply depending on the size and the diameter of the bars. And here we have a set of rules for each diameter that you have. What is the difference then? Well, general rules you can see here, for example, is what is the maximum number of bends I want to use. The picture up here, 1 to 4. The next one we can see here is rejecting overlapping bends. If they bend them in together and the machine won't be able to do it, you can see these overlap, these don't. It'll become red. Overlapping in the corner as well. So setting up the rules for that, you can even reject it also, even if the bars overlap before you bend them also. Again, the machine will have a little bit of a problem actually making this. And the same case here, intolerances, even before, if it doesn't overlap, there should also be some tolerances, gap between the bars. So those are the general settings. Now, the specific rules. And this depends on the bending radius. So one bending radius is set as default for each bar, but of course you can go in and change it. And I think the easiest, fastest way to explain this is just by taking one of the lines here and say, okay, well, if I have a bending radius of 20, which is my default one, then B, which is we can call this one the height, should be a minimum of 87. It can also have a maximum. In this case, we don't have a maximum. C, let's call it the length, should minimum be 61. Then D, the second height, then E, and so on and so forth. And the same thing for when you look at the bars from the other side, where we go to I, H, and G. So you can see the numbers saying, okay, if we just keep to the height, the radius is 12.5. Well, then we can have a height all the way down to, or width or height, all the way down to 70 millimeters. So that becomes very specific on these. Again, because you want to work it, be able to work with your machine before you send anything there. So having these specific rules will make sure that it always works, of course. Other than that, well, we've done a lot of implementation changes, you can call it, to the actual pop-up, whatever we want to call it. Where can you do changes? What can you edit? Where can you do it? So basically, we also display errors now due to bending rules not being fulfilled. And we also use the default bending radius, of course. And the bend bars command has been extended with selection options for diameter and radius, of course. So meaning that you can change that radius. As I said before, there's a default one, but of course you're able in here directly to change it as well. If the rules for the measurement are not fulfilled, they will show in a red color. And it might be a little difficult to see here, but right here, where we have leg number 2, 10 millimeters, becomes red. We have that little tiny 10 millimeter piece over here, of course. So we get this error. So that was all the techie stuff about reinforcement. There was a little bit for those of you guys who used, there's going to be more reinforcement also, but this was the thing only about reinforcement. So a little bit something for you guys that are using the regular reinforcing your walls, and a lot for you guys using machines. And I want to say for the machines, it's not only walls, it's not only slabs, it's anywhere you do the machine meshes, of course. Anywhere you use a bending mesh, of course, to bend it for end caps, that's going to be walls, but the rest of these things apply to all the element types that use bar mesh, of course. So, takes us to smaller changes, and smaller changes, well, they're smaller because I can maybe explain each one to you in a minute, but they might have a big effect, and hopefully some of them will have a big effect, which is also why I brought them here, so you can go home and start to use it. I've split it up into 2 small categories. Modeling and common drawings, basically meaning that it's in the plan drawing or it's in the 3D model, and then shop drawings, which means that this is something directly in the shop drawing. A little bit again here, a picture of some different changes. You can see some things on the shop drawing, some things on the 3D models and so on. But let's just jump straight into it here. This one here, I've also run into a lot of times. Where you have larger elements, of course we call them turning elements, but even larger turning elements that require a lot of lifters in the turning side maybe. As it was before or until now where we made the change, you could only get automatically 2 lifters in either the left or the right side. We've increased that to be able to add 4 lifters now automatically. Of course you can also add 4 lifters to the top as always. But basically meaning, again, there's another work step you don't have to take if you actually need to make ones with 4 lifters. So something that makes a lot of difference if you do this a lot, of course. If you don't, it doesn't make a difference for you. When we're talking about the lifters, we've actually done some other tweakings on these ones, meaning that recesses above the lifters, for example, in an element like this, will automatically be added, but only if you're using the cast-in material specification for your lifters called thickenings. So if you have a thickening concrete here for your lifters, you can see, I think you need all 3 pictures to see it maybe, then it will also add a recess, removing everything blocking the lifter, of course, because you need to do that. How would otherwise would you lift the element? The size of the lifter, you don't need to remember the variable. Again, it's on the wiki. I think Desi mentioned a couple times. All the tech stuff, you don't need to remember it. Just remember what I talked about. Wall lift void size. It will control the size of this one. Of course, which is why I grouped it together with the 4 lifters on the side. This applies to all of the lifters that use the thickening command here. So all of the ones in the sides, at the tops, everywhere. So I spoke, now I don't remember, a little bit last year, a little bit the year before about that. We made some improvements to drawing cast-in materials on the plan drawing or on the 3D model. So we want to work the plan drawing just as if it's a 3D model, because it is anyways, you know, being able to select bases and so on. And we've done some improvement here for the insertion and the drawing of the cast-in items. So we added specify on screen, which is where you can just select the side of the element and then put in the cast-in materials there. Now we've done a little bit of change and adding another one, specify on screen once. And what does this actually mean? Well, it means that you specify the side one time and then you can put in in this case, these small welding plates, 5 welding plates, where before you would specify where the welding plate should sit directly and do one at a time on each side. And I have a little bit of example of it also here. So the new one is the default option, and the old one is called specify on screen for each. So we actually did a change here directly. So hopefully some of you guys have seen it already, and hopefully you're happy with it. The previous option, of course, is named as the old one. So here's an example. So we select our element, and you can see specify on screen once is set as the default. We take that one, say OK, and now before inserting anything, we select where to insert it, and then we insert. In this case, we select, and then we insert 3 or 4 welding plates, as many as we want. If we go back and choose the old way, we will take specify on screen for each instead. It'll place it directly where we are. And then we can place it again somewhere else. So that's the difference. So now we get to one of those things where it's not released yet, but it will be released very soon, December, before we go on Christmas holiday, or depending on how early you go on holiday. Everywhere the button is, I've just added here on the first slide. So in the Plan tab, in the Elevation tab, in the Forms tab, and in the Double Wall tab, there is a new loop picture. This is Find Element. We already have Find Component for finding doors, windows, cast-in items, and so on. But this is just on the elements themselves. Dennis talked about this a little bit. We did some changes in the project manager as well. Find and isolate, find and mark these ones. And in this case here, it actually works a little bit like the project manager, where you can go in and find, you can look it up, or you can write what elements you want it to mark. When you hit OK here, it's going to mark all of them. In this case, it's not going to make it transparent like it did in the project manager. It's not going to zoom in, but it's going to select everything. So if you have it selected, meaning you can actually go in and use some of the edit commands and so on. So this one you want to join up with Find Components, and again, working your way to a bigger whole. Element marks, element ID, or written as a text, just as the example here. So IFC, I think, have been a little bit of a topic. We have done a lot of IFC changes in Impact for CAD. I've only brought one to show, but which I think is maybe the easiest one to follow on. And why have I brought it? Well, because before, when we made an IFC ready, or a 3D model ready from Impact for CAD, you would make a drawing and you would make your elements and 3D models, and then you would generate the IFC, add the property sets, and go. But if you then made some changes or added something in the model, then you need to generate that whole 3D model again to get the IFC. In this case here, again from December, and we'll just let the example run one more time, you're going to be able to do changes in your elements, and those changes will reflect as soon as you just hit update instead, meaning that you don't have to redo those. There's one thing to remember, we have one more here, that once you've done this, it updates the IFC, but if you've added custom property sets, you just need to hit add property sets one more time, just to make sure it takes all the changes into account when you actually export the file itself. But you don't need to generate it anymore again. Saving double walls on form slabs and double walls on form slabs on floor plans. Well, this is actually to close in the gap of that nice flow that we have in all the element types in Impact. And I think this is one of the last things that we had to do. Now, instead of having to create a drawing to actually get it into the project manager in View, and you can save them now, just as you would do with a beam or a wall or a slab element. Jumping directly over to shop drawings, and I jump fast over to it because I'm actually continuing with the double walls here. On top of that, saving it without generating the drawing, we have also added in the redraw option on the shop drawings for the double walls. This was also on all elements before. As I wrote here, note for form slabs, because this, I think we added this last year, or maybe the year before, but again, for form slab, this already works the same way, but it's also a relatively new thing. So just making it coherent, making it easier to work here also. For double T's, some changes as well. Well, double T's made with the hollow core tool more specifically. So when you're making a hollow core, you don't need horizontal sections. What is a horizontal section? Well, a section going through the actual slab. But if you have a double T like this one, where you might have some different changes or different recesses in the legs and so on, you might actually need or want to add these sections here. So basically what you do is we just add drawing view number 3 on your shop drawing, and we already have it there, and then with your section arrows you can just add section arrows as with any other element, and it will create these sections. So we can see very easily now on the sections what are the measurements and the dimensions for this. Again, saving you the trouble of doing it yourself or manually having to write what the measurements are. Some small more things. Now we have a little bit about dimensioning in shop drawings, a couple of slides about that. One thing here is, well, if you want your cast-in items to be dimensioned in the sections, before you were not able to do that for walls and slabs. We have opened that up so that you can actually get the positioning of your cast-in materials shown on your sections and not only on your elevations. Again, this is a very small thing, but something that make a big difference if you actually need to see this in your shop drawings. Again, then you don't have to do it yourself anymore. New variables in standard admin. Maybe I even list the variables here. Again, you don't need to remember these variables. They will be here on the slide, but they are also in the wiki, of course. So, new project properties for dimensioning MEP keys. Continuing on the dimension path we're taking here. If you select this drawing property under section details, dimension with a single line, this is the elevation though, then all of the MEP keys you will have will be on one line. There are benefits and costs to this, of course, but the cost is that it's going to be a little bit more difficult for you to see exactly what belongs where. And the benefit is if you have a lot of MEP keys, of course, you'll have a much tighter drawing. So you have to weigh up, of course, if that's something that you want to do. But it can make it a lot easier for the rest of the things on the drawing to read those, because we don't fill up so much with all these dimension lines, of course. Almost the last one, I think, on this one with the small but not minor changes. We can specify custom materials to be shown in both reinforcement views. And what does that actually mean? Well, again, here we have something like a sandwich panel. These are good to show these things, specifically when we have some insulation in between. You have the inner panel where everything is inserted, and the rebar view with no reinforcement in this case, only with the lifters. And then we have the outer panel. So for the items here, which are anchors and ties, we have selected show in all views. So you'll be able to see the anchors and ties in the outer panel as well when you look at the reinforcement view here. This is just an example with the anchors and ties. I have another example with dynamic casting materials, as we call it. In this case, the lattice girders and the lifters as well, where you want to show those in both panels as well. So you have in the outer panel and in the inner panel here. Great. And now, something I know. I didn't write it. This is Q1 next year. Good. So if it doesn't work when you get home and try it, that's why. So this one, If you listen very closely to Peter in the morning, I know many of you, especially you, Jacob, sitting with your phone in your head right now, have been looking forward to this, which is materials. And the reason I say you is because you had a question about this last year, actually, at the user conference. Here is my front page picture of it. And what is it we've actually done? I've not listed up everything we've done, but what I think is very relevant for this user conference and for everybody, maybe everybody, working with this. Traditionally, we have had our material as being concrete, lightweight concrete insulation and so on, but we have added now a new type of concrete. And that new type of concrete is simply called concrete. And then we have renamed the old type to reinforced concrete to make it a little bit more confusing. So hopefully explaining this will clear it out completely. So you can see reinforced concrete. This is where we say, okay, that takes into account that there is reinforcement of a standard amount in the concrete. So that 25 kilonewtons is inclusive the reinforcement and any other items that you would put in maybe. The concrete weight itself is maybe 24, and that's where the new type comes in. Because the mass and the volume of the reinforcement is calculated separately. So this means that the more reinforcement you put in, the more concrete volume gets taken out of the element. So that the amounts that you know how much concrete do I need to produce this week, today, tomorrow, and so on, is going to be 100% accurate. And when I say 100% accurate, you're thinking, yeah, but it's not only reinforcement in the element, but we got you there as well. I'll get to that later also. But the reinforcement will add to the mass. Normally, steel is heavier than concrete, but it will also take away from the mass of the concrete, of course. But the elements will typically get a little heavier the more reinforcement there in them. If the reinforcement is not yet generated, you can see I'm trying to answer the questions before they come, then it's estimated. And that'll be estimated based on the reinforcement template, for example. Remember also, if you guys are thinking, oh, we did it wrong until now, you didn't. You just had it including average amount of reinforcement here. This will allow you to be, I would say, even more precise, but actually you will be accurate, completely accurate, if you add this other thing as well, which is on this slide here. Material, volume, and mass for all casting materials. So a casting item, that could be any material. In this case, we have a lifter in steel, and we have a displacement volume and a mass. So what does that actually mean? Before going too much into that, I put this to remember it also. You had something similar in dynamic casting materials, lattice girders, that is removed now, replaced with this. Displacement volume is what I talked about before. Displaces the volume of concrete and replaces it with the steel. So it removes concrete from the element and adds the material. So not only steel, but if it's plastic, it'll add the plastic. And the element will be maybe not heavier, but lighter, depending on how it's set up. The volume can be used to automatically calculate. You click this button, it will take the 3D model of your casting item. For those of you who have been using Impact for a long time, you might not have 3D models of all your casting items, but then you can write it in as well. But maybe it's time to add the 3D models in now then, because you'll get these benefits from it. Then, of course, the mass is calculated by the volume and material. The dynamic casting materials I mentioned, the old page is removed. As you can see here, it says /m/m, so per meter instead. It will be for the dynamic casting materials. Lattice girders, end stop, recessed boxes, and so on. So, what are the benefits of this? Hopefully, I think you already know what the benefits are, but we'll get, I say very precise. I would say again, you get completely accurate concrete volume amounts as long as you put everything in your element. That's the important thing, of course, here. The mass of the element is exactly as designed. So no more transport that weighs 200 kilograms more than what it says on the paper. Only thing we don't cover is, I would say, because I said no more transport, that weigh more. If you're doing sandwich panels and you pull more concrete in, pushing the insulation, of course, there's more concrete in than you designed. So that would be the exception. Yes, we can control, but that's not included here, of course. But you know that on an average base. There's no way to measure that, of course. But here, we can measure these things. That's the important thing. We measure the casting materials, we measure the reinforcement, but there's one thing I haven't mentioned for you guys who are making double T's, hollow cores, pre-stressed beams, and so on. The strands, of course. All of this is ready today, except strands. Q1, I think Peter said a very specific date on it, March 6th. So we'll just say somewhere in the beginning of March. Then you will also have that covered. So that takes us to the last one, and now I'm just going to check my time. How much time do I have? Like 7 minutes left or something. Going to be a little bit tight because I want to spend some time on this one. That was just the front picture. We've added a new tab in reinforcement called corbel reinforcement, which can be used on all corbels. What does it do? And now I'm just going to list these up here, just because we'll spend the time we have. Basically, you can make the corbel reinforcement such as this. Not only such as this, I have some examples also, where you can see easily, you can see there are clashes here. That's why I brought this one. You can easily see what you're doing, but there are also tools to easily add this, and it will control according to the size of the corbel, concrete covers, and all these things, even the cast-in items placed as well. You can use existing bar marks. You can have it create new bar marks. You can copy from corbel to corbel. You can even copy from element to element, and you don't copy. The software will ask you, do you want to do it automatically in these elements? But I will show you that in examples as well. You see that last one. Apply it to all corbels with similar geometry in the current element, or multiple elements as well. Columns, beams, walls, sandwich walls that are corbels on. The properties dialog, again, I have some good examples for this, so we don't need to stay too much in this. Here is just more listing what are the grids, what can we use the grids for, basically covers, placing, end hooks, sizes, and so on, selecting different shape codes to use also. And we have a nice big live preview in 3D that we can actually both scroll through or look at from different sides. And I'm going to show you examples of both how you scroll through it and also how you look at it from different sides. First example here is a column which has two sets of corbels, but Impact regards these as two corbels. So what we want to do is we're going to run the command corbel reinforcement corbel, and then we get this nice 3D view where we can see what is the cover, how does it, over this grid here, what does what mean, what does the numbers mean. Then we can select the shape code. We take shape code H, and you can see we have two bars now. What should the sizes be? What should the placing be? What do the sizes L1 to L5 mean? They grayed out if they're not applicable. Do we want 2? What should the placing be? Do we want 3, 4, 5? Depending also what can we fit. On the horizontal ones, we add these straight bars here. Change the dimension. You can see it goes very fast actually adding it. There are also options for the straight bars to actually add them to, what's it called? To the, here. To the other reinforcement going up. You can switch that on and off. Vertical bars, sorry. Add them at vertical bars. You can see switched off, switched on. Secondary reinforcement I clicked already. Jumping to secondary reinforcement. It's going to be a little bit faster than the first one. We'll use shape code N, and we'll do it both on horizontal and vertical in this case. But as you can see, it is super streamlined, very fluent the way that we designed this. And you can see this video, the pace of the video is designed for how much I speak also. So if you're working it yourself, I don't remember who mentioned it, maybe Desi or Linus or Dennis, that, you know, if you do it without talking or without recording, it's probably going to be faster. So here we go here, and then we're going to add in the horizontal one as well. Vertical, sorry. There we go. And then we basically almost have a complete reinforcement. I think in this example, what we can do is just add a dowel reinforcement as well, because we don't have any cast-in items here, and we're going to use dowels to actually put our beams in. And you can see here we're actually using tabs to look at different sides. You don't have to use the tabs, but I'm going to show you another example as well for this one. So there we have it. We can save this one and we can get it saved to the other ones. I'm going to go a little bit faster through here to the other examples. I actually have multiple of these examples, so I'm going to skip this one. This is just about adding it to multiple drawings and element marks. The important thing when we do that, it will ask us, do you want to add it to more elements? Is that the drawings can't be open, of course. You can also edit it. Of course, you can edit the reinforcement you did. Impact's going to know you made it with the Cobalt reinforcement function. So you can just use the Cobalt reinforcement to edit it. It will ask you, do you want to edit all of the ones you have already put in all the elements you have already put them in? Yes, please. Or don't you? Then you say no, of course. So this is the one I want to end with, just to not go over time too much, at least. I was actually thinking, you know, I've shown this already. Let me see if I can get the video to play. We've actually shown this on a webinar a month ago. And Michal, who's here today sitting over there, I have a little recording from the actual webinar of him explaining it. This total video is about 3 minutes long, so it's the last thing we have. You can see he's sitting right here on a regular working day and just, you know, reinforcing a corbel. At this time, he's of course not, you can see his mouth is moving, he talks as much as I do. He's not only reinforcing, he's also explaining how it works, of course. But I've edited a little bit so we don't get the full one. On the webinar itself, he's spending more time on this, of course. So in this case, he's doing it the same way as I showed it on the example. Almost, but not quite. But I thought to use this little snippet also as a little bit of a commercial for our webinars, because I know all of you guys don't join our webinars every time. But I think you should. Even if you think that maybe it's not for you, it might be. So the titles of the webinar don't always mean exactly what is included in the webinar itself. But this, I think it was called columns and beams. So maybe you would guess there was something about cobbles in it. But you can see the way, the reason I took this is nice is because what Michal does technically is he holds down Shift on his keyboard. And then he can move the 3D model around. So instead of clicking the side and the top and the southwest, he moves it. So he has a different style of doing this. The other video, that was recorded by Michael. So it depends on the person, how you actually work in it. Probably Michal, he's younger. I don't know, more used to things like this. I think younger people will more take their 3D model into work like this and do that. And for him now, he says, apply it to other elements as well. So just showing that example. And that's what he's probably saying as well now. Now I'm going to apply it in other elements. Make sure you don't have the drawings open. I actually caught him here. You can see he actually does have C1 open up there in the corner. It's not going to work on that one. But we'll find that out quick. You can skip, or you can replace some things you've already done. Of course, you can close the drawing and then just run the command again if you edit it. One more example, the last one, short one, but just with a little bit bigger column. Still, it could be a wall. A little bit more reinforcement in it, welding plates, so that, okay, we need to control the placement a little bit more now. And of course, since we can see everything, that's also easier. We don't look at it in 2D and then generate 3D and then look and then try to do a clash control and so on. We can just look at the top, the left, the southwest as well. And in this case here, adding in all also the reinforcement. In the examples here, I wanted to have more examples, but I realized that it's too long to talk about one thing. But you can do many shapes. You can't only make this one, of course. You can do other shapes for your corbels as well, selecting different shape codes. So these are just similar ways of reinforcing, but you guys go into the function, see if the way that you're actually reinforcing is not in there. I would be surprised if it's not. This one will end up with showing in the 3D solid of the shop drawing as well. And you can see we'll get a really, really nice, very accurate one with hopefully no overlaps. Otherwise, this guy needs to go in and redesign it, of course. So there we go. And I think that was like next slide. We do like this when there's a video. And that's it. Any questions right now? How is the time? That's the question. Let's look at it. We just have 2 or 3 minutes to change to Isaac, which is perfect. Yeah?
We have something similar for a beam, for the nose of the beam to reinforce it.
Only for corbels. But good idea. Again, QR tag. But for corbels on beams, it will also work. If you put a corbel on a beam with a corbel command, then you can do the corbel like this also. Great, yeah. Oh, John?
Would it be possible to change the color for the syrups or the rebars, and then you can the colors? Just to make more, make a better overview.
You can change the colors, but if you want to change them before you start to work, I don't know if you want to have different colors for the corbel reinforcement than you have for the reinforcement, regular reinforcement. You can change the colors depending on the layers. And maybe I need Michael. I don't know if they're in a special layer. Where is Michael? Are they on a special layer, Michael? So we can do it beforehand? The color of the rebars. If they're on a special layer, then of course we can control it. It's a corbel reinforcement. Oh, so we can't do it today.
Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, any more questions? Great. Well, I'll just mute here and then we'll get Isaac up here. I'm going to give, you want that one, yeah? Because otherwise you need that.
All right. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Isaac. I work with business development at Strusoft, and I'm also a big Taylor Swift fan. This is also the time just after lunch, before coffee, when everybody gets super tired. So could everyone just stand up a bit? And Nick, you promised to sing Taylor Swift, Shake It Off, right? You know, shake it off. Yeah, okay. Good. All right, just do a quick stretch and we'll get going for the next part here. All right, so this is actually my first time here at the Impact User Conference. So thank you so much for inviting me and having me here. I work for the structural business unit. It's the largest business unit at Strusoft. No competition, but a little bit of competition maybe. But I'm here to show some news from our business unit. Mostly 2 things: Simplex and plastic module. And I know that you might not be working with these tools today and you might not be familiar, but hopefully you can get something from this presentation anyway. So yeah, I work with new markets mainly, England and Netherlands. and I've been working at Strusoft for about 8 years. And before that, I worked as a structural engineer at a consultancy firm. So, Simplex. We're quite excited about this, actually. Actually, both of these. So, Simplex is actually a new software group for us. And this doesn't happen every day. So, last time we had a new software group in the structural business unit, it was actually FemDesign. So, that was like 10 years ago or even 15 years ago. So, this doesn't happen a lot. But Simplex, yes, we did a release for this year. And the plastic module, that's for FemDesign. You might recognize like FemDesign, WinStatic Dimension. That's the products that we provide from the structural business unit. So the plastic module is a specific module for FemDesign, not to calculate plastic material, I don't know, what's a plastic? This is plastic. Not that. Instead, we're referring to the plasticity behavior of a specific material. So let's say that you're bending a steel bar and you're getting to the plastic limits. That's when you cannot get it back to the normal shape just by releasing the force on it. So basically, that's the limit where you are not able anymore to get back to the original shape. And this is a more advanced way of modeling the material behavior, basically. So we have one thing that's pretty simple. That's the Simplex. That's 2D calculation apps. And one thing that's quite advanced. That's the plastic module. And let's start with the simple thing, and let's see how it goes. All right? So the guiding words for the Simplex software suite is complex made simple. So the idea of this is to have some simple calculation apps to be able to analyze and design structures in a simple way. So this is a completely new software group, and the idea is that this will replace WinStatic and Dimension and Jiggy and so on. Are you familiar with WinStatic, maybe? You heard about it? Yeah? Some of you, at least? So these are like our 2D calculation engines for analysis and design of structures. And they are being replaced. They are very old, and they've been with us for a long time. We really love WinStatic here at Strusoft, and I know that our clients also love it. But at some point, you have to move on. The code base is getting very old, and it's difficult for us to maintain it, to release new updates, new features, and so on. So this is our initiative to make this happen, basically. So the idea is that this should be everyday tools for everyday tasks. So simple calculations, simple tools for everyday tasks, basically. So one very common feedback that we get for WinStatic clients is that the interface is quite old. So it's like 20 years old or maybe 15 years old. So we try to fix this now. So we have a new modern interface and also some API capabilities. Are you familiar with API? That's a way of communicating with the software with programming. Instead of using the interface, like the graphical interface, you can communicate with the software using code instead. And that's great if you want to implement the software in an existing workflow, maybe automate something, maybe do a parametric study, something like that. I will go into this a little bit more later on. And a key thing is that even though it's a new software for us, it's still built on our well-proven calculation course from WinStatic and so on. So you can still expect the same quality and result as we had before. Also, this is a cloud product, so it's platform independent. That's also a benefit, I think, for us, because you can run it on Mac, you can run it on PC, you can actually run it on your phone. So that's pretty nice. So about this API, the idea here is that we are able to create the infrastructure from scratch using our calculation course, but still it's built from scratch. That means that we can set up something that can be used in multiple different ways. So for example, you might know today that it's very common that different manufacturers and so on have their own product and their own kind of product design app on their website. It can be to design a staircase, maybe a retaining wall, maybe an anchor, something like this. And then you can actually utilize our calculation course in the background, but have your interface with your branding and so on on the front end, on the user interface. So that means that you don't have to keep your calculation backend up to date with all the Eurocode and other standard changes and so on. And also we will maintain with new materials, that kind of thing. But you can still utilize the power in the background, but still have your brand on it, so to say. And we see that more and more people are asking for this. More and more companies are moving in this direction. So this is also possible using the Simplex suite. So this Simplex will actually be a website, a portal, where you can go in and use different types of apps. And the different apps will be like beam, column, foundation, retaining wall, and so on and so forth, section, and so on. You might recognize these from Winstatik. So it's like design of a single beam, design of a single column, frame will also be here, and so on. And we've taken the first step in creating this platform by releasing Simplex Beam. It was actually released just after summer. So that's the first product that we have. And that is used for steel, timber, and concrete beam design. And it has some nice features if you're a structural engineer working with it. You have this automatic load combinator, so you don't have to do the load combination manually. You have the auto design, some fire design for both steel, timber, and concrete, and some nice and easy to use report functions. But this is just the first step in many apps to come. So we're looking to release the foundation app just after, in the beginning of next year. So the idea is here that we will not upgrade Winstatik and Dimension and so on to the new Eurocode. You might know that there is a new Eurocode coming in like 3 or 4 years, and then it's time for us to fully move over to this new platform. But in the meanwhile, you actually have a great possibility to actually influence the development of this, to help you create a great product for you to actually want to switch to. So you get some extra functions, maybe some better workflow and so on. So what we are looking for right now is feedback from you. So if you're interested in this, please just go to our website, try it out, and if you don't like it, give us feedback. If you do like it, give us feedback also. That will really help us out a lot, and we do really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, and how does it look? Let's just have a quick interface walkthrough here. It's pretty basic. As I said, this is like in the cloud. So this is like a web page kind of thing. So it's shown in your browser. And on your left-hand side, you have some different input areas. You can set the length of the beam, the different supports, the loading, the load combinations. And then you can see a rendering of the loads and the beam in the view here. And here you can also display different results. You have some code check here in the bottom. You can generate the report over there, and so on. So it's pretty self-explanatory, so to say. The idea is here to have a really easy-to-use tool for you to start using without having to read like a long manual or something like that. So the idea is easy to use, quick to use, solves that kind of simple one-object kind of problem. All right? Any questions so far for this before I jump into the more advanced parts? Yes?
Will you update pre-stress?
Yes, so pre-stress is also part of Winstatik actually. So pre-stress is also one software that we provide from the business, from the structural business unit. And we haven't fully decided exactly how it should be with pre-stress. So we have two options, either keep it on desktop or also move it to the cloud. But we will for sure do something about it. So you can be sure of that. Any other questions? All right, let's move on to the next one. So the next one is the more advanced kind of thing. It's the plastic module for FEM-Design. So FEM-Design, you might know, that's our full 3D analysis and design software. So it's like a full finite element software. And we have a new module to model plastic behavior of reinforced concrete. And what is this like? What's the point? So our goal with FEM-Design is to make both an easy-to-use software, but also a software that's actually helping you as an engineer to save some material and also save some time. So it should be quick to use, but also give you like efficient structures, so an efficient software, both time and material. And this is very in line with the material efficiency. So what is this? The plastic module is a non-linear analysis engine for femdesign to model plastic behavior of reinforced concrete shells. So typically, when you're doing an analysis today, you are using a linear analysis, and that's a simplification of reality. And by using a non-linear analysis, it's a more realistic behavior of reality. It's a more realistic model of reality. And when you model more realistically, you don't need to use as much safety margin. And that could most likely give you a better capacity, less material usage, right? So that's the basic idea. If you have a more nuanced, more realistic analysis, you don't have to live with these simplifications. You can save material, right? So that's the idea. So yeah, why did we do this? Yeah, by using this plastic redistribution, that's like inside the structure where moments and normal forces and so on will distribute to different areas depending on the stiffness in the model. You can obtain a higher load capacity in concrete structures and yeah, reduce material efficiency. And how is this done? Well, this is, as I said, a more realistic idealization of structural behavior compared to a standard linear elastic method. That's a lot of words. Are you still following me, or is this like, all right, I see some nods. That's good. That's good. So, in very short again, this is a more realistic way to model reality. And because it's a more realistic way, you don't have to have that many simplifications. That means in most cases that you will save material usage. So some examples. So this is a typical shear wall, design of a shear wall. So on the right-hand side, you have a linear model. In the middle here, you have the plastic shell, non-linear calculation. And here on the left-hand side, you have a comparison between a linear model, strut and tie, that's like a hand calculation that structural engineers use, and the plastic shell. And yeah, so in this case, if you compare to a linear analysis, it's a big saving, but more typically, you're using a strut and tie to solve this problem. And we still have about maybe 15-20% savings when it comes to reinforcement. And you might ask, why is this like? Well, typically when you're this is getting a bit technical now, but I hope that's fine. So typically when you construct a strut and tie model, you have some guidelines in the Eurocode, how thick the struts and the ties should be. A strut is a compression zone. So if you're loading it here, you will have a strut towards this support here, and also a strut going in this direction, like a compression zone. And a tie is a tension zone. And that's typically in the bottom here. And you want to place reinforcement where you have tension, right? That's typically what you want in reinforced concrete. So for this kind of transfer wall, you want to put some extra reinforcement on the bottom here because you will get tension. And when you're doing a strut and tie, the Eurocode has some certain rules about how large this tie can be. And that's placed with some safety margin because it's a general method explained in the Eurocode. But instead of you modeling with the plastic shell, you can actually utilize some more of this area in the tie to get some extra capacity. So that's a typical scenario, typical example, when you can save some material by using a more refined analysis method. I keep forgetting my clicker over here, so let's keep that in my hand instead. Next example, this is a frame facade. And again, comparing, I have some technology, I have some pointer here. Okay, so this is a linear model over here, plastic shell model in the middle, and again, the comparison on the left-hand side. So this is also a good example, even more savings. And that's because you have more possibility to distribute the forces in this case. For a transfer wall, you're quite limited. You're only distributing in the tie area, in the tension zone. But here you can actually distribute to other parts. So if you have a high concentration of load over here, you can actually distribute it to over here, maybe. So you can see here that it's more evenly distributed forces. So this is also made possible through the plastic calculation engine implemented in femdesign now. All right, so some more theory here just to wrap up. So this is the material model implemented in FemDesign. And yeah, so this is a stress strain diagram. You might recognize that from school. So it's basically describing the stiffness of the material in different situations. So, oops, here on top you have for concrete, and here you have for reinforcement. And if you combine those, you have for reinforced concrete, right? So in the top here, you have a part that's modeling the plastic hardening. That's a nonlinear behavior for concrete when it's starting to yield, starting to get to the maximum loading. And we also can model a limit strain. That's basically when the concrete crushes. So if it reaches its final limit, the concrete will crush in the compression zone, and that can be modeled by implementing a limit strain. And this is actually a key thing about this material model. It might be very technical, but it's actually an important thing. So limit strains, that's basically defining ductility, ensuring ductility in the system. So what's ductility? So I actually brought some pasta, you know, spaghetti pasta. And if you bend a spaghetti, you can bend it until a point and then it snaps, right? And the funny thing is that it actually snapped on the way here, so I cannot show you. But otherwise, I would have shown you. So if you bend it, you can bend it a while, but then it snaps. If you don't cook it, of course, then it will be super flexible. But if it's like raw pasta, all right? And when it snaps, it fails. It's the same with a concrete structure. At some point, you cannot do plastic redistribution anymore. It will just snap, and you will have a failure mechanism, you call it. And that could be described with different limit strains. Okay, so that's a key thing, because that means that our material model is Eurocode compliant. Because in the Eurocode, it says you can use a material model like this, but you have to check the ductility. And that's implemented in the material model. So you can actually model the point where the concrete snaps, just like pasta. All right. And that goes both for the concrete, but also for the reinforcement. And we have, of course, verified this according to multiple different experiments and so on. So here you have a quick example of a verification. So this is a Hinton slab, it's called. It's a slab with just a point load on 4 supports. And here we have a comparison with the experimental data, FemDesign, and a Hinton numerical calculation. So this is basically a live testing of the slab compared to FemDesign. So you can see that we have very nice and good correlation all the way up to failure compared to a real-world behavior. And this is because we have a more realistic material model implemented now in FemDesign. And this one last important thing that I want to mention is that it's not only the limits. So here you have the deflection on the x-axis and the load on the y-axis. And here you have like the failure, the maximum capacity of the structure. So it's not only the maximum capacity of the structure that's modeled well, it's also the behavior up until that point. As you can see, it's following. Here in the beginning, you have a very linear part, then it will get more and more nonlinear up until failure. And so this method, this model, this module, I would say, is not only for evaluating at the limit of the capacity, like the limit state, it's also actually a good SLS tool to find deflections in a specific case that's really realistic. So that's often a very common thing, right? When you're talking about reinforced concrete deflections, it's always very difficult to estimate. But with this tool, you can actually do that in a much better way. And with that concludes my short news segment here from the structural department. If you would like to try it out, just visit our website. You can get a free trial and or get in touch with me. So any other questions? Yes. Okay, so the question was, what's the increase of calculation time for a large model? That could really depend, actually, because when you're running a linear analysis, you're running like one stiffness matrix solve. That's like one analysis. When you're running the plastic calculation, you're running multiple analysis, and depending on how much redistribution in the system you have for each redistribution step, you will need to do one more calculation. So it fully depends on how much redistribution in the system you have. But typically, if you're doing a model that takes like 2 minutes, it will maybe take half an hour, something like that. If you're at some kind of limit, at least. Yep. Any more questions? All right, that's it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're good to go. All right, ready for the next session, which is impact production or production, as our sales Nikolai used to pronounce it. Today we have about 40-45 minutes, and we're focusing on news, some reminders, and some thoughts that I have before we get into the features. I just want to highlight or say that when we say impact production today, it means a little bit more than the actual production and the cost planning. It's also the stack planning, the storage handling, transport planning, as you know. All the disorders, we're taking care of that. The controls, Impact Go, the application for the mobile and for the tablets. We have Impact Tender for your early stage projects, and cost estimation for production time and cost and so on. So it's a lot under this impact production name. Normally I used to start with impact cost. Today we're going for impact transport, and since we have so much things under impact production, I will just highlight the most valuable things that I believe is the best. So if we start with transport, I have my top 2 or 3. So we will start with the first one, and that is adding attachments, for example, like a PDF or a picture to your transport instead of the elements. So either you do your workout like this guy maybe on your bicycle on top of your stacks or piles of form slabs, and you want to brag to your colleagues, and you can add it to your transport. Or you don't, and there is maybe some more reasons for that. And our thought was to be able to document how the elements were loaded before the delivery, if you have that, or you have the wish from your customer or contractor that they want that, you can add that directly to the transport. So this is the transport properties, as you can see, and you can add the pictures there. Another way might be that you want to show that the transport was actually signed and done. So, for example, if you have a signed document, signed delivery note, take a picture or add it as a PDF directly into your transport. Yeah. Next feature is, or was, pretty tough to develop. They did a good job in the development part for the production team, but I think it's pretty straightforward. And for those of you who have configured your transport templates, your vehicles in Impact, you have a couple of them, maybe normally it's like 7 or 10 of them, maybe more. But in this example, I show you 3. And what if now you want to decide that one of them, let's say that the inloader is going to be used for all sandwich wall, for example, in a project, and you want to tell that in an early stage so that the planner knows that before. And you can do this on all your elements. Like if you're in Impact now, we've added this column here called transport template, and you can select from all the configured templates. So if you do that early and you do your auto transport, or if you do auto transport, it will find very small here. It will find the easier to see actually here on the screen. Use the predefined template, and it will use the inloader as I picked, or the template that I put to these elements, and you click OK. And in this case, those 10 elements that I picked created 4 transports with the vehicle inloader. And if it would have been multiple, it would have been using all of them. Yep. Next one is actually part of Impact Go, so I will take that in a later session. So we will move on to cost planning. And the first feature there is called calendar view templates. And for those of you who works in the calendar, you know that we can show a lot of different colors here. So, okay, they are very similar, but gray and brown. That's the gray project, and that's the brown project. Green means produced, and red means not produced. So you can switch the settings. Click here. You'll get this window, so you can select exactly what kind of data you want to show in your calendar. You can show the colors that you want. And when you're done with that, now the feature is that you can save this template down here. And it will be possible to pick it when you're out here in the calendar view. So templates, personal grid layouts, and I just created check my division, where I used, if I go back, control color and disorder color. If I click this one, apply, and this different color scheme. So for example, if I click out here to see the rectangle, it will be a disorder. So this color indicates that there is a disorder that is not solved. If I click this one, it shows that there is an element control that is not done. So this could be a good checkup for the persons who produce it, or the quality manager or similar. Yeah, next feature is something that, kind of a rule that makes it impossible to plan elements that is not ready for production. I know that not everyone is doing that, but some companies actually do that. Means that only elements that are ready for production can be cost planned. So an example here, you select an element which is status number 10, not ready for production, and you try to place it onto your bed, and it will give you a warning saying it's not allowed since it's not ready for production. We've also made a feature for those of you who do not want to use this rule. So if you allow, like I think most of you actually do, to plan the elements before they're ready for production. We also highlight that, so you can see, if you back to the settings, you click ready for production in the cell rectangle, you can see that it's green if it's all the element is ready for production. If it's not, it's going to be white, and this is the new feature here that will also show what kind of element or what element is missing in the ready for production drawing. Next feature, pretty simple to develop, but I think it's a good one. We highlighted the meters remaining in your cost unit, beds and tables. And so this one, meters remaining, is the one that we before and still is showing out here. So you can see it very much more clearly. It's if in a hollow core bed, for example, this is what is remaining of this bed, instead of zooming out and looking out here. Yep, pretty straightforward. Then we will come to my favorite part of Impact. I do not like disorders, of course, obviously, but I think this area is something that we have worked a lot with to try to get out to the ones working out there on storage, in production, and erection, and so on, to be able to quickly add information. And the main reasons, or two main reasons why I like this area, is because, and this is pretty obvious, if you find a disorder when you're in your daily work, you don't want to focus on that, or you might not have time for focus on that, then it should be simple to, in Impact Go or in your computer or a tablet, to take a picture or just add some information, assign it to someone or yourself, and you document it, so and they can leave that for now, hopefully, and you have it in the system. And the second thing is, for some of you, you have already worked with this for years now, and then you have very good data to see what you should focus on for the next years. So the statistics from this is pretty good, valuable data, I think, or we hope. But we've done some enhancement here as well. So first one is the logic of the icon. We already have this in Impact Go, but this is for the desktop. So regarding the disorders, this is for, of course, everyone, not only production, but 4 colors, active and active. The red one is when deadline is passed. Yellow is not. Green, and then for resolved, and gray when it's closed. Closed could mean that someone is actually approving that it's resolved, or the one who opened the case, or quality manager maybe wants to see, should we work further with this or investigate it. So those colors we have made visible in the icon. So, and also always the worst color is showing up here. So if an element has 2 disorders, the red one will show. If there's a red one and yellow, yeah, so hope you understand. It's also implemented in transport. So if there's a transport number 33, very small, but this one is red, and that means that at least one element has disorders that is red, and we can see this wall includes disorders, which is red. Clicking on that element, including 2 disorders, and 1 is red. So this logic will follow through all the way. Maybe the most important place in storage. Hopefully, this is the place where, in the process between produced elements and when it's actually delivered, I hope this is the place where most disorders is fixed. If I ask erection teams, maybe they will say something else. But let's not go into that discussion. Yeah, and we also have it, as I just showed you, in the cost calendar. So use disorder color and you will see that logic. Next feature is something that I know that you have wished, a couple of you, during the years. It's never been on top of the list, so we haven't done it yet, but now it's there. Also pretty straightforward, to be able to create a disorder for more than one element at a time. Example, this is in RM. We have implemented this in many places, but if you're in RM, the ID grid, select 6 elements, click disorders. What happens then is that you will get a list of the already if there is, it will show you a list of the already created disorders for those elements. So there, as you can see, there's already 4. If you click plus, so now the magic, now it happens. Now the magic happens. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a disorder, but will create actually 6 different disorders, each for one element. So the wrong custom material was used for these 6 walls. I can add the different parts in what reason, sub-reason, and status, and so on. Click OK. I can create an email if I'm connected to that. You are now about to create 6 disorders for the selected elements, 1 disorder per element. Do you want to continue? Yes. So in one click, oh no, yeah. I created 6 disorders, not one click, but it's done. And we have implemented this in many places. For example, I'll show you here, balconies, selecting several right-click disorders, and the same process for them. Hopefully that will be a good one. Next part is Impact Go NG. NG means next generation. So it's the new app. It's released on Play and Apple Business Manager, And as I told you, some of you during the lunch and fika pause, I could be good information for now, is that the old app, or the one that we used before, only Impact Go without NG, is not going to be support from Q1 next year. So I highly recommend that you start trying, or actually sharp using this. There was some things we found in the beginning, but we have corrected them. So now I feel comfortable of saying that this is a good solution. We also did some new features there, and one of them is transport check. That feature, to be able to show that one, we need to find the transport. So there's two ways: search, click transport and find the transport, or to scan the QR code. So we find a deliver note that hopefully includes a QR code, scan that one, and your transport will show up like this. In this case, it has 3 elements, produced all of them with some disorders and controls and so on. And if you then click up here on the transport, you will get this information. This is something that we presented last year or 2 years ago regarding the paperless. So we try to remove the actual delivery note, if we can, the paper one, and introduce all the information that you already have on your delivery note here. So the name of the transport, where it's going, contacts, more information and about it, and description and so on. If I go back, then of course you have the elements already there. So most of it is already in the digital version here. And if you want, you can click date and time to update the actual delivery date, loading duration, unloading duration, and save that, and it will be saved here, for example. Yeah, and back to the actual feature, the transport check. Here it is. So what does that mean then? Yeah, we have the transport number 25. We have 3 elements. And what we want to do now is to check just if we have loaded the correct elements, or that we are loading the correct elements. Because if you have this with the planned elements, the planned transport with the planned elements, and you're going to place them on your truck, or already have, you scan the QR code for the elements. Hopefully it will turn out green like this. So you found the correct one. Scan again, green, scan third time, ta-da. Or you don't have sounds yet, or maybe you have some actually, but orange. And orange, I know that orange in some place in your organization is okay, because what does that mean? We search for WP 109, and that we found that one. But as you can see, it's not the correct ID. So the one that we were looking for, we could find on P4 West Factory, and maybe you found another one, or placed next to it. I know that this is not exactly how it always work, but if you're allowed to pick this one, then this might be okay for you. What's not okay is this. So this one is not even on the transport. Could be that you find one of those, but for a different project, also will be red. But of course, what you are looking for is this. So when you're done with that, you can go back to your transport, click the status, update to, okay, it's in Swedish, delivered, for example, and set it. It will be set to delivered. All the elements will be set to delivered, and it will be updated in the database, model, and so on. Yep. And Nikolai, I can see now that the time here for the complete presentation, so I have no idea. It was 45, half past.
20 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, good. General disorders. What is general disorders? We have the normal, or the usual way of adding disorders is connected to an element, but we also have general disorders. Could be So that something happens in your factory, for example, not connected to one element and not connected to a project. And then we have project disorders, which could be something too windy for the crane to lift the element, for example. So it was not working for 2 days. So, yeah, project disorders. Before we couldn't create those from Impact Go, and now we can. The reason why we actually didn't implement that was because I thought I don't like that the user creates something and then they cannot see it and find it and see if it's correct. So, but now we've implemented that too. What you do, you open your application, and this is a new feature up here. So the 3 dots, click that one. You'll find the disorders. At the moment, it's only disorders we have here. Maybe it will fill up with more, hopefully. You click that one. There's the 2 features. Find your disorders directly where you are and add disorders. So if you click, you start with the add disorders or create disorders. This is, for those of you who doesn't use this one, this is the view that we normally use to create the disorder in Impact Go. So the only difference is now no project. So if this is empty and you click create, you will create a general disorder. If you will click start creating a project one, obviously you select your project. And if you scroll down, you can create email as well if you're connected to the mail server. So it works as before, but you can do these 2 new types from Impact Go. Okay, find the disorder. Sounds not very cool, but I think it's a good feature in itself, and that is filtering out the disorders. So for example, if I want to find all the disorders that is active and connected to me, I will click assign to Fredrik, and I forgot to introduce myself. Yeah, but I'm Fredrik Aven and I'm the owner of production. Yeah, and you select your status active, and you will find all the active that is assigned to me. Another example could be find all the disorders at the moment that is connected to a specific division, for example, and all the active ones. You will find this one instead. I think this one is a good one. Just showing you quickly also about the creating disorder for multiple elements in Impact Go, just to show how it works. That was the one that we showed before. So if you have 3 elements, you select more than one, of course. So if you select 3 of them and there is a disorder, maybe the pasta that was snapped, or for example, for more than one element, you want to add them for all of them, and you click information. You get the information for those 3 elements, and issues, click that one. Then you, as in the desktop application, you will see those 3 elements, but one of them already have a disorder, and you click plus. Create your disorders or disorder that will generate 3. Create, and as you can see, 247, 248, and 249 is created. And it will show out here as well. Yep, then I have some reminders from recent years and some highlighting stuff that I think could be nice to remind you of. This one I think might have been last year. Oh, this one. Now it's very small, but there is an indication out here in the cost calendar, and that is the cost note. So if you right-click specific cost, right-click and add cost note, you can write free text and click OK. It will add this information. So I've seen this used in reality now, and I believe that it's actually a pretty nice feature. Better than I expected, actually. Next one is auto refresh. More and more of you starting to use this screen license, screen production license module. And if you have a computer or a screen out in your factory, or yeah, so you want to see the latest news or so, you can go click settings, and you have the auto refresh. So each half an hour it will auto refresh if you're not working with it actively. And then we have this feature that I introduced also, I think it was last year, find element in cost. This is a really nice one for both cost and transport planning, I think. So yes, you can click an element and look at the properties and see where it's planned, but you can also now select an element in a grid or in the model, and you want to see where it's placed in cost. What you do, you click this search, and it will switch to your correct division, correct date, and you will find your element. And even more powerful in the detail view, it will highlight the element directly instead of looking where it's placed. And I mean, maybe you want to remove it or replan it first. Inactivate cost unit happens also, not maybe that often, but could be that you have 7 tables like this in your factory or your division, and you want to remove table 7 for a while. Maybe you want to get it back later, but you don't want to see it here. Resource manager, table number 7, inactivate. And if it looked like this before, we will remove table number 7, and also we'll do that. So we only have 6 tables in the detail view. Yes. This one called 3-state status is a feature that's connected to the control system, as you can see here. Also something that is asked for, and I think it's used more and more. An example, if you have, this is how it looks for the ones who's using control in the desktop application. So if you have an element control, and one of your parameters that you're going to check is called windows. You have a picture of how to measure and where to measure the windows. And if you're doing that on a control that is connected to a wall like this, pretty obvious where you're going to do the measurements and so on. If you have a wall like this with this control, not that easy since there is no windows. And then you can use this 3-state status. So if you introduce this or use this, you will click again, black dot, and it will say that it's not applicable. So that makes it possible to approve the control anyway. Setting is done here. Resource manager settings, 3-state status, set to yes. Yeah. This is a reminder from the cost unit QR code, or we call it cost unit today maybe. If you are in Resource Manager and you are looking at your tables, list of your tables, and you click table number 3 and print this report. If you don't have it, call me, I'll send it to you. It's pretty simple, look like this. So what is this good for? Test the name, the QR code will be the information about what is planned that day or that current day. So if you, this is just dumb text, so you can change it to your language if you want. Scan QR code to get today's production for this table or bed. My suggestion last year was to maybe put it up here and you scan it, and then you will get today's production. So I actually visited some friends, Trondheim og Prefab, and they started to use this. You can also put it directly into your cost units like this. So what will happen if you scan this one? And they already started with this, but the reason, it could be many, but if you scan this QR code, this is what you get. So you get your cost, says that it's planned, and the elements planned on it. And then you have that directly, so you can go further on. Yes, this is powerful to find them directly, but here you get the today's cost. If you scan this tomorrow, you will get tomorrow's production. If you want to go further and see, okay, this sandwich wall, what about that one? Click it. Information. Get all the properties about it. You can look at the controls, preparation, for example, or after element control. You can create issues. If you're connected to the file sync, and you have a PDF created, click on Open Drawing. Oh, yeah. You can look at the drawing. And I opened it also in an external one in my phone. I have some free version, I think. So if you want to zoom in on a detail, for example, I zoomed in like this. So it's could be nice to have. But then you need the PDF and you need the file sync. Yes. Cost estimation. Not that many we have many customers that are using this, but also we have very many that is not using the time and the cost. For example, planning and follow-up. If you would be able to see the cost for all your elements on your storage, you can know the value of your storage that day. Could be a really nice thing. For example, time. If you're planning with time, you could sum up that day's production in hours and the week, and can compare it to next week, for example. So that could be a really nice one. If you don't have this, a couple of years ago, you had to go into cost estimation, and you had to define all your cost in materials, insulation, reinforcements, costs and time, and so on. But today we have both fixed time and fixed cost. So let's say that for a solid concrete wall, for example, that it takes about 1.2 hours per square meter. Production cost could be, just examples, 65 euros per square meter. If you know that, you can go into cost estimation, select time and cost method based on fixed times and fixed prices. With that done, you just set one value per definition. So for the columns, for example, you say 2.5 hours per meter, for example, or the same goes for cost. Go into cost estimation, calculate time. You can go for the full project if you want, and there you have it, the total time. And this is the time and the hours that will be used in production planning. 10 more minutes, and I think this is the final one. But this will take a little bit more than. This last slide is actually something I want to share with you. Hopefully you have some thoughts now. If you don't want to raise your hand, in this case, you can talk to me later on, of course. But the first 4 is just, when I did the presentation, there was 4 or 5 features that I really wanted to know, how is this used by you today? And the last 4 is some parts that we are looking into now, and in the close future we are trying to create an impact, and I just wanted to hear from you about your thoughts. So if we start with the first one, Dennis also mentioned this in projects. We have note 1, 2, 3, 4 in many places. For example, cost calendar, transport, and Impact Go. Someone using this? Yes? Do I dare ask more? Is it working good as intended? Yeah? Nice. And if not, and if you have colleagues that likes it or dislikes it or so on, please let me know, because this is pretty new, and this is a feature that could be used in many ways. So we want to hear from you what you think about this and how you use it and so on. I've already got some feedback, but yeah. Disorders connected to email. For this, you need to be connected to an email server. But if I would have clicked create in Impact Go earlier on when I created the disorders, and I checked create email, it will send an email to me looking like this, a little bit like this. It will be sent to me. Anyone using this? Yes, 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 yes. Good, good. Same thing. Yes. The search. And where, in what application are you now? Yeah, when you create the disorder. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, but we got this from some of you during the year, and we have done. Is this a recent problem you had, or have you? I won't say it, but have you the latest version installed? It's it because we have done some enhancements that you actually should be able to click it and as you said, click write the full name or more characters, and it will show a better view than. Sorry. Yep. Exactly. Otherwise, call me or. Thank you for that. And then inspection image, we talked about it during the fika. Oh, in impact element control, the feature was actually asked for from a company. I think it was outside Europe. Actually, I don't know if it was Spain or China, but the contractor told them that we want you to take a picture in the form before casted, before the concrete is poured in, on 100% of your elements. So we created this. So this is an inspection picture. You take a picture in your phone or add it here into your control. Someone using this? Yes? Sorry?
We have begun using it sometimes to document that even if the edge polystyrene, that the core is still flame retardant mineral wool.
Okay.
For some special cases.
Is it working as you want?
I think it worked as intended for that case.
Yep.
To make sure, but it's not standardized.
So it internally help you internally, or it's not a question from your contractor or your the customer or so yet.
The case in question was just made in a difficult way, so that the edge insulation mineral wool as well, even if it was a
Yeah.
But it was tested as something we could do document that even if it's not actually visible, if you drill a hole for a pipe here, it is not flammable insulation.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Anyone else using? There was some nodding before. Is it working as intended? Any thoughts? Improvements? Not yet. Not now. Oh, yes.
And where we used it for some special elements as well. So we fed it. It might actually have been used as a bit more. But we knew we were going to use strong components. That's the picture on the sketch. The deviation we knew we were going to make. I can't remember if it was in production.
I mean,
some similar use.
Okay. But tell me if you have more thoughts. But you normally you do that. That's nice. Continue with that. That's how we grow. Tender quantities, old one. If you're using production planning, we can easily show what we call fine planning and rough planning. So if you plan your elements or told the impact that I tend to produce this after Christmas, for example, and so on, we have all this data. So this is the background for being able to check if it actually. Oh, I don't know what there it is. You should be able to look at your tender quantities the person who calls you and say, can you fit this project into your production? So you can check this and compare with several projects at the same time if it fits, so you can have your capacity line and your already planned elements. I know that it's used, but not that much yet. So anyone here using their colleagues? Yeah?
We have been using it,
Yeah.
but I must admit we're still on U4 17.0.
Yeah.
So you might have made some of the changes I've requested before, but we really would love if production stage project quantities would deduct from the virtual ones.
When this one is actually being a real one, you want this to be still the same.
As
And
it is,
okay.
we need to have, because as soon as the project is put into production, the virtual
Yeah, the
area
tender one is going to be
a lot of these projects take a long time to actually go through. So it's not like we have 2 months of absolute quiet to draw everything and then convert. So it's an ongoing process.
Yeah.
And it ends up for the production crew to actually have both the real square meters and the virtual ones
Yes.
on this list, which means they will have to manually deduct one thing from the other.
Yes.
So it ruins the overview and the intent of the
Yeah.
application.
Yeah.
It makes it so they have been reluctant to use it on smaller cases and feed the system with this data because they need to manually adjust it for larger projects.
But how do they do at the moment? How do they do that manually? Is it they are going into doing the rough planning, so they're actually putting some dates on it, or?
We have the real project in production. We have the tender quantities on top.
Yeah.
And
they want this to slowly go like this, and in the end, it's.
If we have 5,000 square meters for tender project,
and
we on the same project
have
drawn 2,000.
Yes.
Just say okay, and in the end we should either be exceeding the virtual square meters, or there should be some that would help to see if things match up. But as it is, they need to know what are we actually planning for production and deduct that by hand from the numbers in tender.
Yeah.
So it's
usually
only used for very large quantities.
Yeah, we have the discussions, you and me, but also internally, and it's the struggle is to, because this for creating this you don't need a model, you don't need IDs, you don't need elements at all. You can just say square meters, and we want to match. Yeah. So the thought now is that when you do that, when it's going to be a project that is sharp in production, then it was meant to be like that. You do the rough planning, so you set the factory, and it's going to be produced about here, and it's going to be the blue one that is going to be increased. But if we're going to do what you say, the issue is, or the tough part is to be able to connect this that is not elements, that is only values. So it's and we have to connect them. So yes, we have. So we know the dates and so on. Yeah.
Just as a simple fix, just don't make them go away. You could just dial them down manually if you wanted to. But the trouble is to actually use our project that we are drawing on. It needs to be in production.
Oh, you mean project. So if we know, okay, so if this is connected to a sharp project, when we actually put it here, it's going to be deducted from this project's amounts. Okay, but I understand what you mean. Yeah. 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 Understand. Yeah. Yeah.
Just goes completely away.
Yeah.
We can't just draw like 6,000.
No. But let's continue I will talk further with you again, because now I have 1 minute. And so quickly, work in progress and future projects. I need your help here. The ones who's using controls today, you know that we have many places where you can add the controls. You can do a full project, you can do all the walls in a project, you can do your upcoming 4 weeks that you've planned, but still you have to do it manually. So if you don't put the control on an element, it won't be controlled. I've seen many companies, or a few companies, that actually add the controls here. So when they are going out, will do the control for the wall, then they add the control. Yes, they can do, but we are looking at automatically adding it. So if you have a default control on your circular column, we will add that directly when you create it. It will be time consuming for the system. So at the moment we're looking at doing it when you actually cost plan them. But give me feedback about that. Impact element control today is looking like this. An old picture Peter showed looked more like this. So we're trying to get a more compact view again, hopefully parallel to what we have today. So the control, this is height and width. Instead of showing only those two, will show a list, status, and actual value. Maybe if you want to go deeper, you click one and you can see more details about the controls. So please give me some feedback about that. This was the one that I talked about regarding the disorders and the statistics. If you have worked with it for a few years, you have some really good data, valuable data, to be able to take decision based on this. So maybe you can see, okay, what element types are we getting most disorders? What reasons? What division maybe that could be tough for? But you know. So I'm looking into this and see how we can present it. I think we have a lot of good opportunities to show this. So please give me some thoughts about this. Last one, transport workload. You know that we have workload already, but that is for production. So pretend that this is not production anymore, and under workload you have also the transport. So let's say that the 20 per day could be per hour, since we have that for the transport. If you say that, okay, the 22nd, we know that there is 8 transports leaving this factory, and not depending on project, and so we have projects, but here is now the transport templates, for example. So this is just a suggestion. I think it could be nice. And also, yeah, what do you think about this? Good. Yeah. If you have some thought about this, come back to me, because this is something I think we could do much around with maybe not that much effort, actually, since we have the data. Yeah, last slide. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, feel free about anything, not only those parts. No? Okay, then thank you very much for listening.
That one shouldn't fall. Can you hear me all? Yeah, perfect. Thank you. All right. So you probably don't know me. I'm pretty fresh at Strusoft. I started working here in February of this year. I'm Michał Sikora. I'm a business development manager for Poland. So I have the ambitions to dominate the Polish market. Hopefully that will be manageable. Yeah. Today I'd like to present to you the value of using our mobile app, because some of you definitely use it and some of you maybe don't. So yeah, if you don't, then Impact Go NG is the new app. We've mentioned that. It's going to be the main to-go app from the beginning of next year. The old one is going to be inactive. With that, I'd like to let you know that the whole idea of that Impact Go mobile app is for multiple stakeholders to take part in the process of production of the elements. So you've got your detailers doing the detailing work and inputting the data into the database. So you've got your model and the project manager. You've got your design manager taking control of all that. Project manager can also control stuff. Those are, of course, just some arbitrary roles that, and from the nice picture I pulled from our website. But still, you've got the quality manager, transport logistics planners as well as your drivers and direction crews. All people can be part of the process. With that, let's go ahead and just have a look at the model. That's a model I created for this presentation, and let's focus on that second floor. So you've got your model planned for production. The casts are there, as you've seen today for the presentations. As Frederick mentioned, you can get both the cast units QR codes or the element QR codes. But with that, you just go open up the app, log into that, either use the scan button or select the elements manually, which is a bit more time consuming, of course. Scanning is faster. Scan it. You can scan multiple casts or elements or units not at the same time, but just one by one. And once that's done, you get all your elements in the app. And this, for example, might be a good moment for the work crew on the factory floor to open up the app or a tablet or whatever they have or use on the site and scan those elements. And in this example, they can scan as Frederick mentioned, they can see what's on production for today. A good thing with that is, with that app, you can immediately see, you can immediately see those red ticks on the right side. So that means that someone applied the element controls on the elements. So guys working the site, they know they have to conform some checks on the elements for pre-productions, and you saw multiple ways of checking those. What types of checks are those in previous presentations? So with that, let's just select an element, go into that, and either element controls. Don't worry about some of the text. It's in Polish. I didn't bother changing my phone language for that. Apologies for that. Well, that's fine. Right. So before element controls, Frederick mentioned, I won't touch too much on that. You can open up the drawings, and you have multiple drawings on a particular element. So for example, a sandwich panel, and for both the general arrangement or the reinforcement drawing, you just select the one you want. And as mentioned, either the internal or external viewer, so internal mobile app PDF viewer, or the external, whatever you have installed on the device you're using. So an example of that drawing. Going back to the menu, of course, properties, as Frederick mentioned, and the element controls. As mentioned, that's the old view. We'll work on actually making that a little bit more compact, and the pre-production controls, just a couple of examples, either with the formwork's done, either whether the reinforcement is accurate, produced, and done for that element, or you can add whether all the casting materials are added to a particular element, or rather ready for production for the particular elements, or the whole cast unit. And of course, if you want to go into more detail, then you can create or force the workers to do measured checks. So say measure your diagonals or formwork if formworks are properly parallel, perpendicular, so everything is nice and square once it's produced. And with that, once you got your checks done, the ticks get green, the status is automatically changed for you. And once the status is also changed in the app, it is changed in the in the project manager as well. So whoever's working on the production planning, you can immediately see once the production checks are done, you can check the model, everything's fine, and it's going according to the plan, right? So just click through all that, and once that's done, the person responsible, they can of course conform more checks if there are like of course the as Peter mentioned in the beginning, so like the element controls for the concrete mix. Of course, that could also be added before just to make sure everything's according to plan. Changing the cast status to produced, well, changes the elements to produced, and again, they get changed in the project manager as well. Going back to that, to the properties of the elements and disorders. Frederick focused on that, so I won't focus too much on that, but your QA manager, QA person can go ahead and check the elements. If there are disorders, you can add one by one according to the elements, or add them to multiple elements as well. You can, of course, assign a person responsible if any disorders are there to fix that. And once that's fixed, once that's assigned, described, you can also assign, add pictures either from the gallery on the mobile device so you are doing those checks, or you can take a picture live while you're doing the QA, QA/QC. And as mentioned, the disorders are immediately in the app. Colors, Frederick already described the variety of colors for different disorders and the date for that. And immediate visibility on that in the app that something's wrong. And since you see that something's wrong in the app, you will also see that in Project Manager. All right. And once you open that in Project Manager, everything's updated as we do that, as we go through the whole process. So going back to the app, and of course, that I just click through without like going and showing through everything. I just click through the element controls after the production. So my post-production element controls are now fixed. Status is updated. Elements are produced. With that, we can, at this stage, we could go transfer those elements, the control over those elements to like a logistics planner or a stockyard planner, or person responsible after the production to send it out. And we can click on the location button here. And with that, we can assign a storage location. Those are our default storage locations in our database. So the names are not very original, might be better for you if you create something more descriptive for your factories, of course. But it's just a matter of selecting that and going through that. Once you assign the location, the status is also automatically changed and the location name is also assigned. So you know where those elements are. From this moment, from this point onwards, you basically know where the elements are, and you get confirmation of what's happening with them in the project manager as well. Of course, as long as you actually enable this column, because it's typically not visible by default, you actually have to turn it on. So just FYI, if you don't know that already. And that would be the part of the value of the cast tracking, because that was just cast. Now, as you saw, it's effortless, very easy. The app is very intuitive, barely any training really required to use that. Very easy and effortless. The digital drawing access is also a very good thing. Simply put, if we focus on, if we have paper drawings, they can get damaged. Factory floor is not always perfectly clean. You put it on the oiled surface, an 8 becomes a 8 or a 6 or a 0. And then you got to miss an inaccurate dimension on the element, for example. So that's a good thing with the digital drawing. That's a PDF. You zoom in, screen is dirty, you move it to a different space of the screen, and you can still see clearly what's going on the screen. We can ensure the pre-production checks so nothing gets missed, and we can be sure that we do our due diligence in production, that everything's going as best as it can during production. The quality control with post-production controls, also very easy to do. You got your checklist, what you need to check, and you basically go through it and make sure that everything's fine. As you saw throughout the presentations, throughout the whole day, the information sharing in the whole process is extremely fast. Basically immediate, you click things through the app, you just open up Project Manager, refresh, is there. Of course, as long as you have data access, but that should be fine in your locations. And since the information sharing is so fast, there is also possible to take immediate action. If you have a rejection on the element, something's unfixable, then you can immediately plan that out, because you will be able to see that in Project Manager as well. So let's go to stack and transport tracking. And that's next step in the process. I just click through, I just basically plan the transport on the second floor that we had before. And what we see here is the stacks that are produced from that transport and stack planning. With that, I can produce a label for the stacks. So I have four different stacks here, and I will just scan them in the app. And since I do that, I can immediately see what's happening with those elements. And I get a label that those are planned stacks. From that, I can just go ahead into the stacks, and if everything's okay for the stacks, I can just mark them ready for transport, and your stockyard planner knows that those are ready for transport. Very fast, very easy. So that's another person that has very easy access and control over information. And of course, you see the confirmation of that on the screen as well. in your project manager. Going back to the app now, not the app, but the transport section of the module, the transports. Of course, you can scan the whole transport on, and with that, scan the transports. I won't focus too much on that. Frederick mentioned a lot of stuff about new features for transport, disorders, controls, pictures, and whatnot. So just a matter of actually going into the properties for a particular transport, and you can either verify the status, time and add time, and the time, date, and unloading, rolling time, and the controls of the whole transport. So same thing. Scan the elements, get checks on. Once everything is done, you can check the status of the elements. My color is a little bit different in my settings from the project manager, so don't worry that Frederick's looked a bit different. Same thing, really. And with that, we can set some elements to different statuses. You can see that immediately updated again in the whole process. So if you need to take pictures, okay, that's on Waybill, that's fine. You take a picture of that. You have document trail as well. What's happening with those elements? What's happening with the transport? And with that, once elements are delivered, you can go ahead and possibly create the disorders on site. So for example, another example, I've just recently had a query about that. Actually, a general contractor wanted to be part of the process. So they asked strictly about just using the app with the factory so they can receive elements on site and do a final QC after the transport has been done. So that would be a perfect example of actually using any disorders if there are any on site before erection. And again, same screen, looks the same as any other disorder. Assign the person, give comments, this stuff. And of course, everything is easily visible in this one place, our database for the project. So again, the whole values of the stack and transport planning, effortless. That can be understated. It's really easy. You will know what's happening with your elements. You have the location on point always once it's assigned. You know what's happening with the elements. You can do transport checks on the elements, so verify whether the elements that are supposed to be there are there, and of course, if there are any disorders. It's also easy to control the status of what's happening. Again, extremely fast information sharing. So, and with new update, new features, and new looks, so you know what's coming. As Frederick mentioned, he gave you a few snippets. And last part of that, to finish it off, that's going to be a very short one. But say your crew is also you have a crew that's also responsible for the erection. So once the elements are delivered, and you see that in Project Manager, and it's just a matter of scanning all the elements or looking for the elements through the app, selecting all the elements, and once the elements are delivered on site, you can actually use this button. You can mark it as erected, and once that's done, the final status change pops up, and that's it. Your elements are erected, and you're done with the project, really, unless there's warranties and other issues, but that's for the future. Yeah, so that's the general gist of it. Just a short snippet to close off the presentations today. I would like to thank you for your attention, and are there any questions at this point? Go ahead.
Have you been looking into scaling for use on tablets?
Not sure.
We did some tests, and wise it was actually quite fun, but doing checks.
Yeah, it's probably.
Like a half-meter movement between.
Oh yeah.
That was a bit.
Frederick, you say?
I thought you were looking for me.
Yeah.
No. So I haven't heard it before, actually. But you mean scaling for
the UI?
Yeah.
Yeah, because UI I think feels very phone oriented. I think it's a good idea to have a look at the tablet device, bigger screens, like 10-inch, 12 inches.
Size tablets are a very nice sweet spot for having drawings in color to zoom.
Yeah.
Especially reinforcement green text is red. It's complicated.
Yeah.
They could be assisted, but we use them for our inspection team. Typing in stuff is a bit complicated.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I can imagine.
Still better than
I think it's a different operating systems at the moment for example, iPhone and iPad. So
We only use Android.
Okay.
Android's the only way to go.
But not my choice.
We do both. Yeah, but we can look into it more. But we haven't done that yet. Yeah.
Just like you have the cast unit QR code, those are very smart. But on a proper small size phone, our phone could quicker look them up than find the camera and scan those. But as soon as you're on a tablet where you can't reach anything, anyway, it becomes smart with the scanning. But they could actually operate the phone quite fast because it's all within reach. For our quality inspection team, they use it most of the drawings.
Yeah, any other questions? All right, so I guess I'll give you all back to Peter. And 3, 1.
Let's see if, can you hear me? Maybe no, better, yeah. It's not that much left, but it's still good if you hear me, of course. So let's go there. End of the day, I promise you this time I will not go over my time. So it will not take long. It's not that much left. It's some small things that I want to give to you before you leave. A little bit about versions. This is the versions and what we are supporting. There are not that big changes actually, but you can see that we are stopping to supporting AutoCAD 2021. The last release is now in Q4, so it will not come a new one in Q1 for that one. But you can also see that I have grayed AutoCAD 2025. We are working on that one. Hopefully soon we can release that one, if any of you are on that. And that's the same, you can see all the way through that we have removed some, added some, and of course that's just when the platforms are changing, we follow them. But there are no really big changes there. The biggest change is probably this, what we are doing. We are doing a new database change in Q1, and that's of course to be able to do all those things you want. We have to change the database sometimes. That means that Q1 will not be backward compatible. You need to go up with both client and service at the same time. Yeah? Yeah.
Will ours go up if we go from 17.0 to 17?
Yeah, you can do that if you want to.
Directly, we don't have to.
No, you can go. You can go like that. Yeah, that should go. It migrates from where you are, so that shouldn't be a problem. But it's good if you go up before, you can get advantages. Because this is March, but if you don't have time before, I mean, Q1 is coming in March. And of course, this by releasing once every year, this big one with database changes, and not doing it like before, like every 3 year or 2 year, is of course having you on the same track as we, so you don't have to wait too long for the features. The version will be called 17.2, by the way. And we have said it before, but it's good to say again, the all Impact Go 17 app will no longer be supported when this one is released. So you have to run the new one now. There are some other things that we do with 17.2, and this is a little bit Microsoft are changing their development libraries. And right now we are on .NET Framework 4.8, it's called. And the last release version of that one was 2019. And 4.8 is the last one of .NET Framework. So now the new one is called .NET 8 instead. And that one we are going for with Q1. There are some differences for AutoCAD and Revit, older versions there. Some applications are still on 4.8 because their platform is there, but we will lift with everything to .NET 8. And of course, the reason is that security issues, they also say performance, but I'm not sure if it's faster, but that's what Microsoft says. It should be better performance. And of course, security-wise, and that's maybe one of the important ones for our future, the security. It just becomes more and more important. But following, of course, they are developing new things on this, and we need to follow that so we can give you the latest stuff. That was actually all details except the dinner, and that's the last things we come into here. So we will have a dinner at 6 p.m. at Hotel Scandic St. Jörgen. It's a short walk from the station, like 10 minutes on the walking street. There is a corner there called Gustav Adolfs Torg. It's just there in the corner that hotel is located. They have told us that they don't want us there before 6, because we will have, it's just because they have other people there in the place. So please be there 6, not earlier. We will probably start eating 6:30, but there will of course be some stuff there when we come between 6 and 6:30. We will have a little mingle, but don't be too early, because they told Linus that, so we should respect that, I think. Otherwise, when you come into the hotel, you go up to the 2nd floor with the elevator, and there it is where we are located. We will of course be a lot of people from us there, so if you don't find your way, you can ask us. Also here today, before you go, if you wonder how do I come to this place, ask us. But if you don't go by car, I should suggest train to the central station and then walk 10 minutes from there. And there will be a table placement when we come to the place that Linus have arranged there. So it's that's it. And the presentations from today will be put up on our homepage. I don't know, Matthias, when will it be ready, you think, there?
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow, yeah. You have promised that one now, so. Yeah. Before you leave, we want also to give you some gifts, so some good chocolate. So don't forget to take that with you before you go. I think we have it there in the corner. Yeah. And that was actually, this is the last slide. So thank you very much for your attention. Also the guys that has been online, thank you very much for your attention. And some of you we will meet in the dinner tonight. But all the rest, I hope you come back next year so we can see you again. Thank you very much.